to call the meeting to order, and as always, begin with some obligatory messages for you. This hearing of the Medford Community Development Board is being conducted via remote means. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023. A reminder that anyone who would like to listen to or view this meeting while in progress may do so by accessing the link that was included on the meeting agenda posted on the City of Medford website. If, despite our best efforts, we're not able to provide real-time access, we will post a recording of this meeting on the city's website as soon as possible. A reminder that, given the remote nature of the meeting tonight, all votes from the board will be made by roll call. Please know, if you're interested in more information, that project materials for projects that appear before the board can be viewed on the city's website, recently improved website, medfordma.org, and you can go to boards and commissions and find Community Development Board there alphabetically and click through and see what's in front of us from meeting to meeting. So we'll start things off with a roll call of members of the board. I'm Dave Blumberg. Welcome. Vice Chair Jackie Furtado.
Here.
Vice Andreasen. I see Kleiss.
Here.
Emily Hedeman.
Here.
Peter Calvis.
Here.
Hari Goffman.
Here.
And Christy Dowd, our regular member, is not in attendance tonight. Also, George Fisher is not with the board from this meeting forward, but we welcome Ari and Peter. I think Ari's been elevated to full-time member from associate, so thank you all. All right, Amanda, if you could, as a courtesy and to let the folks in the public know who might be on our call tonight from city staff.
Yes, so myself, Amanda Centrella, planner in the Planning, Development, and Sustainability Office. We also have Director of PDS, Alicia Hunt, and Senior Planner, Danielle Evans. In addition, tonight, Director of Traffic and Transportation, Todd Blake, will be joining us, as well as Building Commissioner, Bill Forty. And Bill, actually, if you wanted to say a quick hello at all, you're welcome to. I know you had kind of wanted to make an introduction.
Thank you, Amanda. Mr. Chair, through you, thank you. I just wanted to introduce myself as your not so new building commissioner. I've been in the city a little over 6 months, so I've passed the probationary period. So it looks like I'm stuck here, and you're stuck with me. But I just wanted to attend tonight's meeting to get a feel for how the board operates and try to become a little bit more in touch with some of the projects that are going on. When I get calls all the time, obviously they're like, "Oh, so what about this and what about that?" I'm like, "What?" Like I'm a little confused. So I thought that I would start attending here regularly just to see what's going on. So thank you very much for your very kind and warm welcome, and I look forward to seeing the board operate tonight. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for being here, and welcome to your first appearance. It's great to see you. Great to have you in the audience tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I also just wanted to mention our fabulous graduate intern, Rin, who is joining us tonight as well from PDS.
Absolutely. Emphasis on the fabulous. Okay, should we go to the first item on our agenda then? Site plan review and also special permit application for Raising Cane's.
Good evening, Chairman Blumberg and board members. Kathleen Desmond, counsel for the applicant, Raising Cane's LLC.
Oh, Attorney Desmond, let me interrupt you just for a second, because I think I have to read the public hearing notice before we hand the mic over to you. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Let me get right to it. Medford Community Development Board shall conduct a public meeting. Let's see. Oh, it was a different date. Relative to an application for site plan review and special permit submitted by Cane's Restaurants. The applicant is seeking to construct a drive-through restaurant in a commercial 1 zoning district at 509 to 511 Riverside Ave, requiring a special permit under our zoning ordinance. And there's also a request for a waiver of off-street loading requirements, also a requirement under the zoning ordinance. We will discuss as a board the site plan review and special permit recommendations to the city council. The city council is actually the special permit granting authority for this matter. So with that, thank you and sorry again for the interruption.
No, thank you, Chairman Blumberg. Tonight here with me is the applicant, Adam Karachi, Senior Property Development Manager of Raising Cane's Restaurants LLC. Karen Johnson, Vice President of Development with Charter Realty Development, on behalf of the owner, Fellsway Plaza Limited Partnership, and the development team, Project Engineer Eric DeBrule of Bowler Engineering, Project Architect Jeffrey Poitney of ADA Architects, and Profit Traffic Engineer Patrick Dunford, Senior Project Manager with VHB Engineer and Consulting. As indicated, the application before you this evening is an application for site plan review in conjunction with an application for special permit to construct a 3,320 square foot eat-in restaurant with a drive-through to be situated within the confines of the outdoor shopping center known as the Fellsway Plaza, located at 760 Fellsway, Medford, Mass. I believe that you had, Mr. Chairman, the 509 511 address. I believe that would be the proposed address in the event that the project were permitted. All of the sites with buildings within that 760 Fellsway property have different addresses so that they're identified differently, but the property is 760 Fellsway as it currently stands.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. We appreciate that.
By way of background, those who might be unfamiliar with the site, the Fellsway Plaza is comprised of 3 separate parcels of land, each owned by separate entities. The subject site, owned by Fellsway Limited Partnership, contains a total land area of approximately 670,378 square feet. At present, there are 3 buildings situated on the subject site. One, a building that houses approximately 13 commercial units occupied by a mix of retail, restaurants, fitness, and medical uses. And going from left to right, BioLife would be the building on your left side of the site of that 13 units, and Carter's is the building adjacent to the second building on the site, which is a Stop and Shop supermarkets. In addition to those 2 buildings on the southerly portion of the site, there is currently a freestanding building with approximately 2,800 square feet occupied by Eastern Bank that includes a drive-up service window. As proposed, Raising Cane's restaurant site will consist of a leased area situated within the northerly portion of the property, consisting of approximately 31,491 square feet of land and in proximity to the current location of Eastern Bank. The proposed site for Raising Cane's, as you indicated, is located within a C1 district that requires a special permit for the establishment of an eat-in restaurant with a drive-through from City Council pursuant to Table A, Table of Uses and Parking Regulations, Item G2 of the ordinance. In addition to the special permit for construction of the restaurant, the applicant is also requesting a waiver of loading requirements in accordance with Section 6.1.3 of the ordinance, which appears to suggest that the restaurant, based on its gross leasable floor area, may be exempt, or alternatively a special permit pursuant to 6.1.10 of the ordinance to reduce or waive the requirement of a dedicated loading space. And then lastly, the applicant is requesting 2 waivers relating to site plan review and the plan submitted. The first having to do with the necessity of including contour line elevations, and the second having to do with the required elevations for existing buildings on the site. And these were submitted with the application. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Adam Karachi, and he can explain to you a little bit about the operation of Raising Cane's Restaurants LLC, and then the rest of the development team can go through the site plan with you. Adam?
Thank you, Kathleen. I do have a presentation if I could share my screen. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As Kathleen said, my name is Adam Karachi. I'm the Senior Property Development Manager for Raising Cane's for the East Coast. And this is our 5th location that we're doing in Massachusetts. I'll just give a brief introduction on who Raising Cane's is. We were founded in 1996 outside the North Gates of LSU with our first restaurant opened by Todd Graves. He started it as a small business, ran it as a small business for many years. Then around 2002, 2003, we started to expand. We do one thing, we call it our one love, and that's the quality chicken finger meal. Unlike some of the other competitors in the market, we don't have a lot of different items on our menu, and that is very important when we discuss later operations and how we differentiate ourselves from others in the industry. We currently have over 700 locations. There is a location at Boston University that opened in 2009, and there is a location that opened today in Back Bay neighborhood at 755 Boylston Street. We have Marlboro opening on May 17th and Methuen opening in August of this year. So there are some existing restaurants for you to visit and get an idea of who we are. We pride ourselves on our active community involvement. So every restaurant will have a dedicated marketing manager who is plugged into your community that will actively seek to provide back to your community with feeding the hungry, entrepreneurship, active lifestyles, pet welfare, and education being the primary focuses, and then anything else that is proposed to us, we obviously entertain. Raising Cane's was named after Todd Graves, the founder's yellow lab, Cane. And so you'll see a lot of that throughout the presentation referenced back. And that also lends to one of our core values being pet welfare. So Kathleen went through the description of the application requests. I will not repeat that. This is the site plan that Kathleen discussed. There's the 3 parcels here, the adjacent Eastern Bank to the left of our proposed site. This area roughly following my cursor being the lot that we're discussing this evening, 760 Fells Way. There's a zoomed in version of our site plan. Kathleen, do you want me to get much into the site plan right now or just talk about the operations of the drive-through? Or do you want to wait on that?
Eric is probably, whether it's Eric or you can go through the site if you like first, or if you prefer to do operations, it's up to you, Adam.
Yeah, let's talk about the site first. I think that's better so that they understand how that integrates with the operations. So we're proposing roughly 3,300 square foot building, as Kathleen mentioned, with a dual drive-through. And so what you see here are 2 drive-through lanes that go under a canopy and then proceed around the building to another canopy. And I'm actually got a zoomed in version. This is Eastern Bank, just to give you context, Riverside Avenue at the intersection of Route 28 and Riverside. So during COVID, it became very obvious that operations of drive-through restaurants needed to adapt to remain viable. And so we started implementing dual drive-through lanes, and what we found is that they made our business more efficient. As I mentioned earlier, we have one item on the menu, that's the chicken finger. It comes with crinkle cut fries, Texas toast, coleslaw, and our sauce. There's not a lot of variety. So you can order 3 tenders, 4 tenders, 6 tenders, and that's really the only customization that's available. There aren't other items on the menu. There are no shakes, there are no salads, there are no burgers. It's chicken fingers. You can get a chicken finger sandwich, but what that essentially does is it allows the customer to know their order and to get it out pretty quickly, and allows us to have a 2.5-minute service time from the time the customer places the order to when they're getting their food and leaving. We've designed this drive-through to stack, I believe it's 20 cars, but Pat can speak to that later. And we recently studied similar locations that have opened in the Philadelphia metro area that would basically corroborate that this is sufficiently stacked. So there are 2 types of operations that we would discuss typically. There's peak and off-peak operations. I'll start with off-peak. So that's basically your mid-afternoon and your late night. That's where the drive-through is going to function as a traditional drive-through. And so you'll have two lanes that come in. They've each got their own menu board, and then they merge, just it's hard to see what this line means, into one lane, and they go through the traditional pay and then pick up window. That's going to be, again, off peak. You're talking 2 or 3 cars in the drive-through. Peak, which is lunch and dinner rush, so 11 to 1 and then 5 to 7 respectively. We turn off the menu boards. We don't use the pay, the pickup window. We have crew members stationed strategically out in the drive-through, and that's what these hatched crosswalks are for. And they usher cars forward. They take orders. They take payment via tablets. They can do cash. And then they make sure that people are moving quickly and efficiently through the line. They walk in these hatched crosswalks or in sidewalks along the edge here of the pavement. And then the food is brought to the outboard lane via crew member and under this covered canopy. The crew members do have area of refuge during the hot and colder months under this canopy that's over the menu boards. They're heated and they have fans and misters for the summer. So that's a little bit different than what you're probably accustomed to seeing in drive-throughs. And I wanted to get that out of the way and explain that, because it really does affect the design and the implementation of the site. I will say that we did receive some feedback regarding the site plan, and I hope you'll be pleased that we've incorporated it later on in the presentation. This is some typical landscaping that we would provide. I did want to show you that the site via a color site plan is going to have a lot of landscaping. Typically, we would spend about $200,000 on landscaping package for a site of this size. So a lot of trees, a lot of ground cover, and we use quality plant materials. We are looking for vivid color in all seasons. So you'll notice in the snow, we've got some red berries here, and we've got different types of plants that produce different type. I'm not a landscape architect, but we have different types of plants that provide a visually appealing landscape palette year round. I know there were some concerns about turning movements through the site plan, so I briefly wanted to touch on that. This is the exhibit for a large SUV, showing that so this is a Ford Explorer in this case, is able to make the turn into the drive-through without running any curbs or anything like that and leave the site. This is the fire truck apparatus making its way through the site, and that was done per the spec of City of Medford fire apparatus. And then the delivery truck coming in, and then sort of coming in this way from the site access, circulating through the site. There is a small loading zone that is provided, circulating through around Eastern Bank and then back out of the site. This is a WB40, so it's a smaller delivery vehicle. It's not the standard delivery vehicle that you would see go to a supermarket, or even like a Domino's uses a larger delivery truck. This is smaller and more appropriate for the site. With that kind of brings me to the more technical aspects of the site, the stormwater, the grading, and the utilities. And I would prefer to yield that over to Eric DeBrule with Bowler to discuss further.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, again, for the record, Eric DeBrule with Bowler Engineering, Site Civil.
Can I just jump in for a second?
Sure.
It seems like there's a lot of white space outside of these drawings. Can you zoom in a little bit so we can see it better? It's kind of hard to see.
Sure. Let me see if
Thank
I can
you.
make that happen. I'm operating off of SharePoint at the moment.
And maybe the bottom right. Yeah. But there, Adam, would you mind going back to the zoomed in rendered plan? I just want to hit a couple highlights on the site plan that might be worth hitting before we move on to the boring utilities and stormwater. So Adam did an awesome job covering most of what I was going to go through. I just want to touch on a couple of items. Made a strong focus on pedestrian connectivity for this project. You'll note we've towards the north, we've we've broken through, there's an existing fence that runs along Riverside. So we've broken through that fence, added an accessible connection, sidewalk connection through to the front door of the property. And then as well as on the middle Sex Fellsway Parkway driveway, we've run a sidewalk all the way around the perimeter of the site. So you essentially have 270 degrees of pedestrian connectivity on this site, all accessible. We've also provided a bike rack at the, I guess, top left corner on the patio for a bike facility there. I think that was a highlight. I just want to make sure we touched on that briefly. Relative to the landscaping, just provide a little bit more detail. I don't want to some great detail, but effectively over 400 new plantings on the site, and giving back 390 square feet or so of additional green space, which is always obviously a nice benefit to have when you have a redevelopment project. And now we can talk some utilities and stormwater. For the most part, water, gas, electric, sewer, they'll be all new services coming from Riverside. So all new proposed services. The stormwater, under existing conditions, the existing parking lot is all paved parking. It sheet flows to an existing catch basin at the bottom left. We're proposing to capture the stormwater now through deep sump hooded catch basins before routing it through a stormwater quality unit to get the needed treatment before outletting to the existing connection within the plaza. And I guess bringing me to my final point, we've discussed with various departments through some of the staff comment letters that are available, specifically for DPW and engineering. A lot of those comments revolved around utilities and stormwater. So we spoke with them, and we come to a resolution for all of their comments at this point. And so we'll be adding some additional stormwater quality with some Filterra tree box filters, if you will, in the next round of revisions. But we have not revised or formally revised plans and respond to those comments. We wanted to come before the board collects any of your additional comments and make one final round, but we are confident through the DEI staff comment letter, engineering, health, and fire that we'll be able to resolve 100% of their comments in the next round of revisions. So I think with that, Adam, I'll yield back to you to talk architecture.
Absolutely. These are the proposed elevations that were submitted with the application. They use a variety of materials. There's different textures and rhythms to the building to provide a visually appealing structure. These are the 2D color elevations. This is the palette of materials. So you'll see there's some perforated metal. There's some Nichi-Ha panels to provide. These are faux wood for practical reasons, but they provide a wood texture to the building. 2 types of brick, aluminum storefront, a recycled car hood material for one element of the building, which is this one tower here. And then Galvalume siding, which is on the dumpster enclosure here. And I've got some photos, so I just want to point this out because you'll see in the other photo they don't have that, and that's really the only thing that's different. This is an example of a restaurant that recently opened in Houston, Texas. This is the same prototype that we're proposing here. So you'll see there's the brick, there's the recycled car hood material, a similar patio. All patios are custom to the site to fit the site dimensions for the restaurant. And then you can see this is the canopy over here that's over the drive-through pickup window where the orders are brought out. I do apologize for the 360 and pedestrians. This was taken from a Matterport survey. This is the drive-through facade and the canopy that I was just talking about over the pickup window, and a different view of the patio, some umbrella seating. Again, this would be different for your site to fit the site dimensions. The patio facade wraps around the building. And then the rear facade. So the Galvalume that I was talking about earlier would wrap and enclose this walk-in cooler, so it wouldn't be the raw walk-in cooler appearance here. Those are the Nichi panels around the corral. This is basically a service area off the back of the building. That's where any sort of carts or anything like that would be stored. So they're out of view and not unsightly. And then this is the trash enclosure. We may be proposing a different enclosure here. I can let Jeff speak to that. He's our architect. I know for sure it's not covered. This was a local requirement in Houston. And then this is the canopy over the drive-through that I was talking about earlier. This is Houston, so they only have fans and misters. Yours would have heaters on it. And then the drive-through menu boards that are used during off-peak hours. And this is a quick shot of the interior. Just thought that would be interesting to share with you. I know it's not particularly germane, but the variety of materials it carries into the building. It is a very industrial feel inside. All of the artwork that is on the wall, with the exception of a few things that are prototypical, like the EAT, the Raising Cane's logo, and the Raising Cane portrait here, are custom for your city. And so they're often things that are found on eBay or yard sales that are memorabilia from your location that are then framed and hung inside of the restaurant. Often that has to do with colleges or high schools or unique experiences or just cultural things that have to do with Medford. Jeff, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Just mentioning that at this location, the dumpster enclosure would be a split face CMU, more structurally sound. Again, it would not have a roof at this location, but again, it would be a masonry appearance, full through CMU with gates at the fronts, metal gates painted. So everything is enclosed within the enclosure, so you don't see anything, to keep the environment clean, because we like to keep the area completely clean of any debris and everything. It's just a better environment for the crew and the customers.
Thank you, Jeff. That's it as far as the building goes. You can see my next topic. And I'll let Pat with VHB speak to that. But before, I would defer back to Kathleen.
So moving on to traffic at this point, Pat, would you like to discuss the traffic signs and where we are in terms of how this is going to work?
Kathy, there's something wrong with your sound. We're having trouble hearing you.
Is that better?
Yes. Yeah.
Pat, would you like to move to the traffic portion of the presentation?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And first off, good evening. My name's Patrick Dunford. I'm a transportation engineer with VHB. We've been working with Raising Cane's in the site to come up with a workable traffic solution, which I believe we've done. If I could ask, I think it was Adam, you had some nice visuals up on the screen a second ago, if those could possibly be called back up.
Sure. I know you had your presentation, so I don't know if you wanted to drive it.
Actually, if you don't mind doing the Vanna White thing for me, it would be greatly appreciated.
Hey, do you want me to pull up your presentation?
Yeah, actually, I thought it was embedded in this, but if not, if you have it, that would be handy. I could certainly call it up if you don't.
I got it.
Sorry about the confusion, folks. Okay, thank you, and sorry for that initial delay. So what I'd like to do is walk you through the traffic study that we had prepared and submitted, as well as some ongoing site planning that we're coordinating with Adam and with Bowler Engineering. Before we get down to that level of the site as shown here, I would like to kind of zoom out and just show a little bit more of a global view on the next slide, which is typically what we do for traffic work. I think we had shown a site plan earlier. This is just an aerial little star where we hope to have the Raising Cane's going. Whoop, if you could jump back. There we go. And, you know, the Stop and Shop is in the bottom of the screen. Ocean State Job Lot is in the far left. And, you know, we as a group have been working on this plaza over several years, so we've become pretty familiar with it. a lot of interesting things going on. And you can see with the darker pavement up on Route 28 at Riverside, DCR is in the process of wrapping up some intersection and sidewalk work in that vicinity, which I can talk about momentarily. The traffic study that we did was submitted this past January, and that actually was based on traffic counts that we had done the prior year. And we made sure those had the appropriate adjustments to make sure we're truly getting an understanding of what's going on in the area. Now, we had started focusing just on the area that I had in the prior screen, and we had done our traffic counts at those locations circled in red. And those are the ones, obviously, with the proximity to the site. That's where the bulk of the customers would be coming in and coming out. We've had a series of discussions and exchange of information with cities, mobility and planning staff. And through those discussions, we were asked to expand the study area and take a look at some additional locations, which I've highlighted in blue. Those are a few areas further west on Riverside, Route 16. We even looked at Wellington Circle, as well as another intersection about a half mile off the top of the screen. Certainly from all of you driving through these areas, there's lots of stuff going on at those locations. I will tell you, once we took a look at the projected traffic for Raising Cane's and the fact that that is predominantly pass-by oriented, which are basically people driving, stopping in on the way to another trip, either on the way home from work or doing business during their lunch hour. These projects tend to generate a good amount of traffic at the site itself, but downstream that traffic tends to already be on the roads. And now these people have that option to pull in and grab some food while they're in the area. So we weren't finding a major impact at these locations further up and down on the screen. When we do these types of evaluations as well, it's not just the initial traffic counting. I personally went out here several times on an ongoing basis just to make sure I was actually seeing what's happening on the ground. Once we do that, we project about 7 years forward into the future. We want this to work today. We want it to work long term. So we had to account for all the various other development projects going on in the area, which we did in our study. So in doing that, we have a good understanding of what this is going to look like in the future. And when a Raising Cane's is added, the critical part, obviously, is estimating how much traffic it's going to generate. There's a couple different ways of doing this. One of them, I imagine this board has heard of in the past, is using information from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. It's a national organization that collects traffic counts for a variety of uses, including restaurants, somewhat similar to this. We did take that, what I'll call textbook approach, and then we supplemented that with Adam's help, where he actually gave us some recent traffic studies that were done for 3 different existing Raising Cane sites out in Illinois. And again, as he had mentioned earlier, they are starting to pop up in Massachusetts. But at the time of our initial work, they weren't there. So we used that other data from what he provided. And we took an average of that. And it was pretty similar to what the ITE textbook approach said. But just to make sure we weren't missing anything, we opted to use the busiest site out of that database and essentially base the traffic on what I'd call a worst case basis, the maximum generation that we saw. So that's what we took a look at. And then we also, again, accounted for the fact that some of these people, the majority, in fact, are already driving by the site and would be convenience trips. So when we took a look at all that, the impacts and kind of the periphery of this aerial really weren't that noticeable. What we did do was focus back in. If you could jump ahead, Adam. So what we found introducing that new use in a relatively quiet part of the parking lot, which again, I've labeled with that little red star. Not a lot going on there today that's remote parking for either the bank or the Stop and Shop or other uses. And really no one's really using it. So it's kind of a quiet corner of the site. What has been happening, there's a couple different things going on out here. First and foremost, I've highlighted it in blue in the upper right corner. The intersection itself, Route 28 at Riverside, I've labeled as DCR improvements. They're doing some work out there to clean up a lot of the long-standing deficiencies at that location, pulling in some of the curb lines to make it a little more pedestrian-friendly, a little bit of a traffic calming element. And they're also extending that work further to the west on Riverside Avenue and further down Route 28 along the plaza's frontage, improving the sidewalk condition. I think a new bus stop went in recently. They're still doing that work, and I've reached out to them a few times just to kind of stay on top of what's going on there. So that's one thing that's already happening independent of this project. The other, BioLife, was referenced earlier when we were orienting you to the site. They had certain obligations that they had to do, which starting, I guess, from Route 28, just south of that signal, heading to the south towards the main buildings with the Stop and Shop and others, they actually striped some bike lanes within the site. Predominantly, this is an auto-oriented area, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't accommodate bicyclists. So what they had decided to do was stripe some bike lanes to get people comfortably into the site by bike. Also installed some new bike racks over by the BioLife. That project also put in a speed feedback sign, which I'm showing in the upper left-hand side out on Riverside Avenue. That's really nothing specific to that use or this plaza as a whole, really. But I know there's been some long-standing speed concerns out here, so that sign was installed just to reinforce what the speed limit's supposed to be, 25, and just bring a little bit more awareness to it for some traffic calming. So that's stuff that's happening in the background. What we've been looking at and talking about is we want to make the site much more accessible, much more orderly. So a few things we had noticed, and I guess I'll just start from the top and work clockwise. There's currently crosswalk going across Riverside Avenue, where I've labeled it eliminate mid-block crossing. From a technical standpoint, or just kind of a common sense safety standpoint, that's not the best place for a crosswalk. You're mid-block. There's a lot of people turning in and out of the plaza driveway at that point. And this is something that had popped up in a study by the state a few years ago as well, that it's really not the best location for that. So what we're looking to do is not just eliminate it and walk away, but hopefully restripe that further to the west on Riverside, probably to the left of the driveway or another nearby location through consultation with the city. We're still working out a lot of these details, but we just want to make something that's a little bit safer. By the same token, anyone who might be walking on Riverside Avenue from some of the nearby neighborhoods, Eric had talked about earlier, we are introducing a break in the fence along the property frontage. So it'll be inviting for pedestrians to come in at that point instead of just walking in the main plaza driveway or having to wrap around the site on the other side. So it's a simple connection. We could go back to Eric's plan at some point if we need to, just to look at some of the details, but it gets people in safely to the front door of the building. Similarly, on the opposite side of the plaza, I guess to the east of where we're going to be putting Raising Cane's, there is sidewalk out there today. It's not in the best shape. So what we're going to be doing is replacing that with new sidewalk, wrapping it around the Raising Cane's plaza as we had shown earlier. And I'll zoom into that in a moment as well. Just to kind of, again, focus on some of the safety elements of this, and pedestrians are certainly the most vulnerable, so we don't want to ignore that. The other item at the Riverside Avenue site driveway, this has been talked about over the years, and there was some striping put in recently. Basically, do not block the box is what it's referred to as. Just kind of diagonal striping out there that tells people not to pull their car and block the driveway. Most people prefer to avoid that anyway, so they don't have people giving them dirty looks, but we found it's helpful to reinforce it. Problem is, when that was last done, the pavement markings have faded. So what we're going to be doing is reintroducing those, but using what's called thermoplastic pavement markings, where it's the same kind of stuff they use on highways, much more durable, holds up longer, much more visible. So we'll get that element back in there, which I think would be helpful. Moving a little further to the left, this one was interesting. Initially, we were not looking at this intersection, Commercial Street at Riverside, and through discussions with the mobility department, they pointed out that Signal has some existing issues where, simply put, the detection is not working. So when you pull up as a driver on Commercial Street, there's no communication to the signal that you're sitting there waiting to turn onto Riverside Avenue, which certainly can be beyond frustrating. We took a look inside the signal cabinets. We think we have a solution that can be implemented there, and we're going to talk some more with the city mobility department about that to get that in place and address that condition. A lot of this is still a work in progress. I think globally we've identified what needs to be done, but we're just still in communication just to make sure we're getting everything right with the various department staff that we're talking to. Actually, it might be helpful to jump ahead here, Adam, if you don't mind, just zooming into the site a little bit in the next slide. So this is, go back one if you don't mind. Thank you. So this is the same graphic that was shown earlier on the drive-through, and Adam did a pretty comprehensive job of explaining this, so I don't need to belabor it too much. But I guess starting from the right, you can see here again the sidewalk we're introducing from Route 28, heading down and wrapping around the site so you can walk comfortably to the front door. Likewise, there is a pedestrian connection we're proposing from Riverside. Now, what we want is to avoid any conflicts with the drive-through. So first and foremost, there's 2 existing curb cuts that lead to the existing parking field that's part of the property. Those obviously have to be closed to have a controlled drive-through environment, which is what we're doing. Side benefit is that it makes it an easier path for pedestrians to get to and from the building. The drive-through layout itself, I'd say, is very creative and something should probably be looked at more in the industry. I know there's a lot of fast food and coffee shops that have queuing issues. This is a very effective way of controlling that during the peak times that Adam had talked about. Again, we had actually looked at data from 3 existing sites out in Illinois and found, the average queue was about 10 vehicles. Sometimes it got up in the, low 20s. This site has been designed so you can contain 26 cars full length in the drive-through. Now, that shouldn't be something that you see every day, but we certainly wanted to make sure that we could accommodate it in the event it ever did happen. And one, I suppose, nice benefit to this is that the entrance to Raising Cane's is not directly onto Riverside, not directly onto Route 28. You have to go into the plaza, and it's probably about a combined 250 feet from Route 28 turning into the parking lot to the site. So we're kind of remote, so there shouldn't be any spillover effects onto the surrounding streets. And again, this 2-lane scenario, they run it at other locations. I understand that it's pretty effective. So there's really no reason to think it can't work here. I can tell you, as Adam had mentioned earlier, some of the problems you see at other food uses are that they have a very complicated menu. People ordering coffees with various flavors, decaf, whatever, tends to slow the operation down. Cane's has a very focused menu, and because of that, they tend to put them through the line pretty quick, which keeps the queuing down to a controlled area as shown here. So it really, their menu is actually very effective in helping control the traffic components of this. Again, we are continuing to talk with the city mobility and planning staff. The parking demand should be adequately contained through what we're showing to the left of the building. In the event there was a peak time or someone wanted to avoid the drive-through, they'd certainly be free to use the parking on the bottom side of the screen, which, as you can see, is pretty empty in this photo anyway. We will be talking to the city staff about possibly introducing some kind of crosswalk there if found to be appropriate and beneficial. But we do think that the parking can be accommodated as shown, and it should be predominantly drive-through use given the efficiency that they have in doing that. Now, one thing we did here, if we could jump ahead one slide, Adam, thank you. The plan that we have, we certainly like it and think it could be effective, but I understand there may have been some concerns about the relationship between Raising Cane's and the bank shown on the upper left-hand side of the screen. This is obviously just a sketch and nothing that's been fully engineered. And I believe this has been broached kind of informally with the bank just to take their temperature on it. But the idea with this would be dividing the 2 uses a little bit more than is what's out there today with the layout, where we'd have diagonal parking for the bank as shown on the left side and in a one-way counterclockwise rotation around their building. which certainly works with their operation. What we don't want to do are see people from that parcel or people choosing to try to cut through that area coming through on the top and immediately facing exiting drive-through traffic. So what we're exploring is where I'm showing that red arrow is perhaps making that a one-way aisle, reducing the width of that a little bit just to reinforce that, and putting up appropriate do not enter and one-way signs. You may even pick up a few parking spaces out of reducing the width of that drive aisle. I'm not sure. I think it was someone on the city actually that brought that up, so we wanted to explore it. But I think it's something we pretty readily could add to the plan. Just brings a little bit more control to the mix. So we're going to continue to talk about that with city staff. So overall, out of this, again, we tried to make this as real world as possible, not just pulling numbers out of the textbook, as I said. Looking at real data from existing Raising Cane's in pretty successful locations. We have a good handle on how much traffic this will generate. We have a good handle on what the drive-through can be expected to see. And through Bowler and the rest of the team, we've made sure we've designed it to accommodate that. One last thing I think I'll start on, and perhaps others in the team can finish it on the next slide. EV charging. This is obviously a short visit for most people to a Raising Cane's. I'm not sure the exact time, but it's certainly not like an office where someone's there the entire day, unless they're really hungry. But we are looking at doing some EV charging, and actually good ones, level 2 as shown here. So if someone's visiting the site, they can get a little bit of boost before going on their way. So we can talk more about that if needed, but as far as the traffic goes, I'm pretty confident with what we've come up with as a group. We're going to continue to talk to the city staff, and I can turn it back to probably Adam or Kathleen if you'd like to talk more about the EV element. And I'm certainly here to take any questions you might have along the way. So thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
Would you like to address the ED, the electric vehicle charging, and then I'll deal with the special permit issue that we have with regard to loading?
Yes, absolutely. We've seen EV charging become standard in states like California and New Jersey. So we've partnered with Blink, which is a third party that will operate the charging stations. We provide the power and let them power off of our grid, but they run the operation. They maintain them so that they're properly working, and the restaurant crew don't have to maintain them. So it's a pretty good partnership with them. As Pat said, most people aren't going to be inside of our business for more than, if they're dining in, 15 minutes, because they get their food even quicker inside the restaurant, usually like 30 seconds. So we're providing the FastIQ 200 level 2 series chargers well, I can get technical, but I mean, for the most part, they're going to get a little bit of a boost while they're parked and eating, but they're not going to fully charge their car. More than happy to provide that here.
And I think we did also have some discussions with staff about the specific location of those. So that's why they're not on the plan at this point. Because there was some discussion of it being outside of the lease premises so that, in fact, employees could utilize the charger in addition to individuals who were there just to pick up their food. But there was always an intent to include them. And in addition to the special permit site plan review, we also have a request for a special permit to either waive the dedicated loading space. And under the new provisions of the code, I draw your attention first to 6.1.3 of the ordinance, which appears to exempt non-residential uses with 5,000 square feet or less of leasing space from the minimum requirements. Unclear as to whether that was to affect the loading requirements. It seems to be in the general language, but section 6.17 is still there, which requires one loading space for 2,000 to 15,000 gross square feet of area. So standing alone, this building, if it were to be viewed under 6.17, would require a dedicated space. But that is also further complicated by 6.1.7.1, which indicates that if you have a group of buildings, that you can calculate the gross footage of the total building area and then apply that, which would require 4 spaces for the entire parcel owned by the Fellsway Plaza Limited Ownership Interest. And they do have those spaces located on the southerly portion of the property, but obviously that's not close in distance to where this particular use is going to be. So as a practical matter, we understand, and we wanted to bring before the board that we understand people aren't going to dolly all of the supplies from the Stop and Shop, back of Stop and Shop to the front. So as you've seen on the plans, we've provided a spot, a loading spot, which will be available on off hours in the morning prior to opening, the hours of operation being 9 to 11, Monday through Thursday, and then the weekends open until 12 in the evening. We are going to have to file with the City Council special permit for extended hours. At that point, we'd be requesting that those extended hours also apply to delivery. But rather than dedicating a space, certainly we think that we've provided a loading area that will be sufficient during off hours to unload product, because it wouldn't be a situation where you would have product unloading during the business hours in any event.
And if I could add, Kathleen, we have a centralized warehouse in Taunton that everything comes from: paper products, chicken, Coca-Cola, other supplies. They all come from there. So that truck, depending on how busy this restaurant is, may come once a week, could come 3 times a week. But there's not going to be different trucks coming all times of the day. That it will be after the restaurant closes.
And the other special waivers that we were looking for related to the plans, and I submitted that with the application. There was a waiver, which I believe this board can act on, of the incremental elevations on the site. This is already a developed site, and I don't think there's any need for the elevations, contour lines for elevations. In addition, the site plan review calls for the elevations of all the buildings located on the site. Again, those are all existing and have been existing for quite a period of time and are typically all 1-story buildings. So there isn't any difference in elevations between the buildings that you have on site. So we also asked for a waiver as to that requirement when the plan was submitted. And I think with that, we can take questions or comments from the board.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation to everyone on the Canes team. Thank you very much. First, we usually see if there's any city staff that want to weigh in quickly. If there's anyone here who'd like to do that. Building commissioner, you don't have to feel like you need to, or know you're here more in attendance to watch and see the board at work, but
Mr. Chair, thank you. No comments at this time. I did review the project. I found it to be substantially in compliance. The only thing I would mention is we did have something new in our zoning ordinance come up that probably I'm not exactly sure if I commented on in my letter of refusal, but more than one principal building on a lot. I'm not sure if I addressed that with Attorney Desmond at the time we were looking that over, but might just be something that should be noteworthy or mentioned in the order, given if the board does decide to approve the project. That just might be one thing that you may want to just put in your front view. That's really about it. I think that the only other thing was the loading zone, which, again, I don't see a great deal of impact here. This type of operation doesn't really require many trips during the day. It's not constantly, fueling up with new supplies. It's usually once a day, maybe twice a day on a busy day. But I don't see, again, that there's any impact. So other than that, I have no further comments. But thank you very much for considering me.
well, thank you. So let's, before we discuss and comment as a board and interact with the applicant, let's go to the public. I just want to mention for those who are viewing and participating tonight that we are making a recommendation as to the special permit and site plan to the city council. So the city council is the ultimate special permit granting authority here, in addition to some of the other things that Attorney Desmond mentioned, of course. But this is one step, and you might think of it as a two-step process in terms of public engagement. So Amanda, could you let us know if we have folks who are interested in participating from the public?
Yeah, so if anyone is interested from the public, if you could use your reaction tool at the bottom of the screen to either raise your hand or put a note in the chat. I see actually something from, and as far as the chat, we can't use the comments in the chat as part of public record unless you speak them into the record. So I see a note from someone in the chat. Would you like to speak into the record? Stephen Catino.
Hi, yeah, I don't see any problems with this. I kind of like the idea of something different, something new.
And could
Stephen,
you provide your, I'm sorry, David. I was just going to ask if you could provide your full name and your address for the record.
Stephen Catino, and from 8587 Albion Street in
Thank
Medford.
Thanks for being in here, and thanks for participating, Stephen.
Sure, thank you.
I'm taking a quick look at our office email and not seeing any additional comments.
All right, well, with that, we'll go to the board and close our public comment portion of the proceeding and move along. Ask the board, do we have a board member who'd like to pose some questions of the group? Yes, Kleis.
Hi, thanks to the team for submitting this application. I personally think it's going to be a nice addition to the plaza and maybe add some activation to that corner. I have just a couple maybe questions. Might help to bring up the site plan if that's easy enough to do.
Absolutely.
Cool. Yeah, that's great. These are in no particular order, just what I wrote down. It seems to me that it looks like you're doing a nice job of landscaping here. Could you actually pan down just a little? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's fine. They just seem, there's obviously a lease line and there's a very conspicuous break between where you'll be landscaping and where you won't. I just think it would make sense to be thoughtful about how that transition between your lease area and the rest of the landscaped area along that edge is treated, so that it doesn't look so different. I guess basically what I'm advocating for is that the section along the front of the bank, could potentially get the same treatment if it's only for a small area, just to make a more sort of unified look in that whole area. I'm also curious because I use this intersection a lot, and I know that there's like this new bump out that they've built there, and it's sort of been half done for seems like a year. And I'm not really seeing what I think is the line work that would reflect that on this plan. I was just looking on Google Maps and it does actually show that that bump out, which is a really nice addition. I'm assuming that the state is doing that as part of the Fellsway. But it's sort of creating like a deeper section of sidewalk there. And I'm just wondering how what you're doing is or isn't sort of integrating into that revised corner condition. And that sort of ties into a couple other questions. Like you said, you're getting rid of the mid-block collection crosswalk, which makes a lot of sense, but you are keeping the one right at the intersection of Riverside and the Fellsway, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're
Um,
the one in coordination with city staff that's mid-block.
Yeah, great. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think, just for the purposes of this visual, it would just make sense to get those new curb lines at that corner on there, if nothing else, to sort of illustrate what maybe the state has planned and how it sort of fits into what you're doing. Cause I know you have, you talked about the break in the fence and things like that. So
I think you're talking about this line right here. It's just very faint, and that's the bituminous pavement that's currently out there. Is that correct?
yeah, but no, I think if you actually look at the, like if you were to look at Google Earth, you would see that it actually goes out and next the intersection down to 2 lanes at that spot. So it actually, like, see where that white car is, and that, I think that the curb actually comes out and no, the other one below. Yeah, it would actually come out and go around that car currently.
You're
I
correct.
believe. Yeah. So just, understanding all the sort of line work and getting the public right away on this drawing would be helpful. And then, so if you pan towards, put the building more in the center of the screen. So then it would help us to understand how there's this sort of system of sidewalks that is going to start going down the Fellsway. To lead to a couple more of my questions. Your sidewalks, I think, are the L-shaped sidewalks around the site are great. How wide are those?
Eric, do you press this? Yeah.
Pardon?
5 feet.
5 feet. It seems a little narrow for a place that's very car centric. There's part of me that wishes it could be buffered by landscape. I sort of on the fence about that, but we're trying in Medford to sort of implement complete streets. Certainly 5 feet wouldn't really fall, I think, within that dimension. I could totally be wrong. But beyond that, I think maybe the bigger issue is the lack of a crosswalk across that driveway right there. And I don't believe there's one today. It doesn't look like there is. And like in, any effort to sort of make that crossing more pedestrian friendly would have to include a crosswalk in that location, which is sort of conspicuously missing. And I would really advocate for adding a crosswalk, or, and if it didn't make sense right at the apron, then moving it back, whatever dimension, Pat, to create a crosswalk, so that people could continue sort of down towards this. There's a bus stop right there. And just sort of completing that gesture that you started and done a really nice job of in that location.
If I could jump in on that just for a second.
Sure.
Very good points, all. And the crosswalk you're talking about, it's the driveway itself on Route 28, correct? Right, where the hand is moving? Yep. Yeah, I do have a message into DCR about that. I've traded some information with them over the past year. What you're seeing out there, obviously, is a work in progress, not quite done yet. I'm assuming they'd be doing a crosswalk there. I don't know for a fact because I haven't seen their final plans. But if they're doing all that work, I'd assume they'd be covering that. But we could certainly talk, and this is something your mobility group had raised as well. So we are looking into that further. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of officially what the DCR limits of work are going to be.
Perfect. And are there any plans for any well, let me ask this. In that expanded area of sidewalk where it bumps out into the road more, what is the plan for that sort of horizontal surface? Is it all concrete? I know today it's been like the curbs have been in for it feels like at least a year, but it looks like the sidewalks there's still exposed dirt, and I'm trying to understand what they're planning on that corner.
And I'm trying to get that as well. Typically, road work, sidewalks, landscaping is more of start up around April 15th, typically, depending on weather. So I don't know exactly how long it's been in a state of not being complete, but I do expect they'll be resuming that shortly if they haven't already. So because the bump out is taking the curb line further into Route 28, and they are doing a new sidewalk around the site on their portion, it doesn't change, the site we're doing. We're doing everything within our limits. But out on Route 28, as you had mentioned, it is what they call a road diet. It's 2 departing lanes now. They've added a bike lane, and it's not only a bike lane, it's a buffered bike lane. So you have 2 car lanes and 1 bike lane. We're tying into wherever their sidewalk ends their work. So it's a continuous path into the site. And, Eric and I and others can talk about, exactly what the width of the site sidewalk will be and how that'll work. So just trying to gather a little bit more information, but that's
Great.
helpful input.
Great. Thank you. Let me see. I think when you went through the presentation, Adam, you talked about, you showed pictures of the inside. So I think I understand it that this is a place that'll mostly get drive-through traffic, but you do have in-restaurant seating.
Yes,
Is that correct?
That we do. Jeff may be able to speak to it exactly, but I think it's about 50 seats inside and about 40 seats on the patio, I think.
Okay. So you showed a really nice photo of like an outdoor seating area in your presentation. Are we going to have that as well?
Yes, sir. It would be this area, if you can see my cursor that I'm roughly highlighting. It wouldn't wrap around like the one in Houston that I showed because we don't have as much surface area here, but it will look, let me just scroll down. A little bit of a lag, sorry. So you would essentially have this canopy right here go across the entire facade.
Great. It looks nice. I think it's important to have the outdoor seating option, especially since you put in a nice spot where it's a little buffered but from the intersection, but would add life to that area. The only thing I guess that's maybe conspicuously missing is I like the landscaping that you're showing here, and it'd be nice if there was a little landscaping around that patio as well, just to sort of, again, complete that gesture. But maybe I'm missing it. I don't know.
We're limited on space here. So in order to provide the connectivity back to Riverside, we had to run the sidewalk along the front here. But we do have landscaping along the side of the building to screen the dumpster enclosure and the patio from the dumpster enclosure.
All right. Well, it'd be nice to see some landscaping out on the patio in some fashion, if it's at all possible. I think that's all I have. Thank you. Excited for chicken wings.
Peter, I see that your hand has been raised in a sense for some time, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to kind of echo the sentiment that's been raised that I think this would be a great addition to this area. As someone who is a resident of the Wellington Circle area, I'm certainly looking forward to it. You showed that very nice interior shot, and I wanted to make sure that that interior will be not, I was going to say that the interior will be accessible, but also that there's a way for people who aren't in cars to order at times when the restaurant's open. I've run into this, thankfully not around here, but in other cities where after a certain hour, if you happen to walk to a place or bike to a place, you're out of luck and you can't get food unless you're in a car. And I just want to make sure, because I mean, as someone who would access this location for most of the year on foot or on bike, I want to make sure that I can come get my chickens. And they're not going to turn me away because I'm not in a car.
No, absolutely. I mean, we typically do not close our dining rooms early. And the fact that this location, the restaurant would close at 11 p.m. on weekdays and midnight on weekends would reinforce even more that this restaurant will stay open along with the drive-through.
That's great. That's important to me. And you said you ran a WB-40 for the delivery turning movements. I assume that is analogous to what you will be using for deliveries. Just to
Yes,
confirm.
correct. We've confirmed with the warehouse that equipment can be utilized here.
Okay, great. And I appreciate the addition of the bike rack. That's something that, once again, as someone who is likely to access this location by bike, I love to see it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Peter, are you all set then? At least for now. It's not to shut you down.
Yep, I'm good.
Okay, great. Ari, welcome aboard. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Seems like a really interesting proposal. This is where I do my weekly grocery shop over at the Aldi. So very familiar with this area. You kind of caught all the traffic questions that I had going in. My two major kind of more comments, I'm sure you've thought about them. The first one is I didn't get a chance to check whether any or all of the plants were native. We've been trying to support our local pollinator populations. So if we can see if part of the mix of the landscaping can be supportive of that with native plants. And the second question was, since it is such a large parking lot, large shopping area, I know that there can be an issue with litter, especially with drive-throughs. Can you tell us a little bit about whatever routines are developed at other Raising Cane's to make sure that there's not a huge littering impact locally?
Yes, you're correct. That is commonly a problem with other operators. We actually score our restaurants monthly. They get secret shopped. They have unannounced visits from an internal team, and that affects their performance pay at the end of the year. So they are incentivized to keep the lot clean.
And that's it in terms of
Well, they'll walk the site periodically throughout the day, pick up litter, throw it away. They'll bust the tables outside if people don't throw away their own packaging. We don't use unless it's to go. We use reusable trays with liners. There is disposable plasticware that's used, paper cups, but we don't use styrofoam clamshells unless it's to go. And I think nationally we're moving away from styrofoam and within the next few years.
Great, thank you.
Oh, you're muted, David.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I was just encouraging either Emily or Jackie if you wanted to jump in. If you don't, that's fine.
No, I actually had circulation questions. This is Vice Chair Jackie McPherson.
Thank you.
I don't have any because the presentation actually went over everything, so I didn't want to reiterate something that was already presented, and it was thoroughly covered.
Excellent. Emily, you good for now?
Yep, no questions. I do like that the drive-through queue is not coming off of a main road. There are other drive-throughs in Medford where that is a challenge, so it's nice to see some thought put into that, but no other comments. And I thank the rest of the board for their thoughtful comments and questions.
Excellent. So I do have a few more questions, but I guess where we're headed tonight is to, because the Canes team has said that they're still working with the city. So I feel like you're getting our initial feedback, comments, so that you can incorporate them along with the city staff. And then we will be seeing you again for, what would be potentially a final set of recommendations or a final discussion before we made final recommendations. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay.
With respect to the comments, the department head comments, I think the only area which we still have to iron out some issues would be with the mobility and the traffic tasks, essentially for Raising Cane's to perform. We've looked at all the rest of them and we're able to meet all of those, but the mobility requests are, we need pricing still on them, and there's some things I think that we're not going to be able to having to do with Route 28 and signaling that are just beyond the scope of what this project could bear, frankly. So we still want to work with Todd and see if we can't come to some agreement.
Okay, that sounds good. So we don't need to go through department head comments at this point because you're still working with them, and we'll hear another round or a thumbs up from our departments at the next meeting. So that sounds really great. I just had a few comments then, and a lot of improvements, especially that access, the pedestrian access to the sidewalk to, I guess, the north is really good. Could you give me a little bit more on the Eastern Bank parking, because I wanted to, I guess one question, the specific question is some of the parking that you're dedicating to Canes already promised to the bank through some other approval process, or through something that the owner may have already promised the city?
I'll take that one, Mr. Chairman. Karen Johnson from Charter Realty and Development.
Thank you.
Our owners
Welcome.
and managers of Fellsway Plaza. So if you can see from this plan, there's a darker dashed line. Exactly. That represents the ground lease line for Canes. And the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces specifically excluded from that ground lease area are non-exclusive spaces for Eastern Bank per their lease. And so Eastern's entryway, of course, is opposite of those parking spaces. They have, I believe it's 19 spaces along the Riverside access, which they primarily use for employees. And then, of course, they also have drive up window and drive up ATM on the opposite side.
Okay, so those spots are sort of, no one's borrowing from the bank to give to Canes.
That's correct. And that's why that lease line takes a jog there.
Sure. Can you give us some context then on this proposal? Because I think what we're seeing here imposed in red would make a lot of sense. In particular, to provide a little crosswalk there to the entrance of the bank would be a nice feature, and the circulation being one way would be a good thing as well.
Sure. When we were getting ready for a community meeting, I met with representatives of Eastern Bank and shared the plan with them. And on some earlier plans, we had that there was a walk-up ATM on this side. They informed me and that was closed, and that it's just the entry. And so they asked for some enhancements. And so they explained to me essentially how their operations work, and that this is the primary entrance on this side. And they didn't express any concern related to safety, but what we just tried to look at is what would work better from an internal flow for them. And so in working with Pat Dunford from a traffic perspective and Bowler from a site layout perspective, we came up with this alternative plan. And so this, of course, adds additional landscaping at the island areas and or an additional space along this row. I really like one of the board members' comments about extending that landscaping along the frontage. And if you noted from the utility plan, there is a fair amount of disturbance in this area to make the connection. So we'll take a look at extending that same landscaping theme all the way down the frontage. I thought that was a very good suggestion.
I agree, Karen. I would support that.
Yeah. So one of the things that we do need to do is get some better spot grades out there. Figure out if we can honestly better utilize this paved striping area, which I don't really understand what it's doing. And so there's a couple of ideas, frankly, to enhance Eastern Bank's site layout that we're working with Adam on, you know, obviously partly as an improvement here, partly as a landlord improvement.
Okay.
I don't want you to think that they've been forgotten in the process, because we have communicated with them. We have discussed some of these preliminary ideas, and we were getting feedback before from the board and the city representatives before going back to Eastern, but they're very supportive of anything that improves that condition for them out there.
Yeah, I think that's great. And because it does interplay with the pedestrian access, the traffic circulation, those concerns that are so central to our review, to see that improvement on the sort of other side of that parking aisle would be a great thing. Can you, while we're all here, what's going on in that top corner? There seem to be a lot of oversized vehicles. Maybe it's like overnight parking or long-term parking for someone.
So I did get that comment through staff and talked with our property management group. And honestly, we thought that you were talking about truck parking in the Canes pad, which we're at a constant battle of trying to prevent that large tractor trailer overnight parking. Todd Blake noted that he's seeing a lot more of it since on the commercial side, you changed the on-street parking across from the Dunkin' Donuts. But apparently that wasn't it at all. It was this parking that's right along the access to Riverside. And when we had a staff meeting with the city, I drove through there and it was a little bit later in the afternoon. So I think I know that they are Eastern Bank service vehicles. Why they are all there at the end of the day, I'm unclear of, and I do have to have a conversation with them about that. But please be aware that every single one of those vehicles on the side is marked EBC. And if you call the phone number, it's to Eastern Bank. So I'm not sure if they're using this as sort of a regional hub for their service vehicles, but we'll find out. Regardless, it is Eastern Bank's parking, effectively employee parking that they're taking up. So I'm not entirely sure how or if we'll resolve it.
I appreciate you sharing that information and answering the question and indulging me as I dive too deep into your property management challenges. But
no worries. We understand that this is a very visible shopping center, and trust me, your frustrations are our frustrations.
Well, just from our perspective, if you do have that one-way circulation, it's going to help, because I think it creates a bit of a tight two-way aisle over there, but it looks like you're going to be improving that area. So thank you. Okay. The hours of operation, maybe Attorney Desmond, this is a question for you, and I honestly don't know the answer. Do you think that that's part of the special permit that we are involved in, or do you see that as an entirely separate special permit that you need to get from City Council directly?
So the hours of 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. are permitted by the ordinance. It would be the extended hours. till midnight on the weekends, which will need an extended hours permit, special permit from the city council, and that can't be applied for until after the project is permitted. So it's something that we have to do at a future date.
Okay, unfortunate that it can't be wrapped up in this. Okay. That's probably all that I have right now. Any other follow-up questions from board members? Let me know. I thought that sounds like we're sort of in agreement on continuing this to a future date to give you some more time, you being the Canes team, to update plans, meet with the city and so forth. I thought that we probably, as a board, could at least address the two technical waivers that have been requested. And those were the two requirements on the site plan itself. You mentioned the elevations. I'm looking for the citation. I think it's 11.7.77. There was a second one regarding elevations, dimensions. I guess they're both sort of dimensional in nature, but the other one is item 10. Is that right, Attorney Desmond? Do I have them right?
Item 10 is the special permit, and then that would be a recommendation to the city council on the loading area.
Oh, I'm talking about your elevation concerns. I
But
thought
the two waivers on that were elevations as to buildings. Just pull up my
you faded out on us.
a waiver from 11.7.7 that requires locations, elevations, and dimensions of existing and proposed buildings or other structures showing setbacks from the property lines. And the basis for that request was that other than Eastern Bank, well, actually all of the buildings are existing buildings that have been in existence for a long period of time, and they're all, single-story buildings for the most part. And there's quite a few of them, so it would be an expense to show the elevations as to all of those buildings where there isn't really anything that is good. They're all single-story buildings for the most part. And the second was 11.7.710, which requires existing and proposed contour elevations in 1 foot increments. And again, this is just a redevelopment of a site that's already been developed. So we're asking from a waiver from that requirement.
Okay. So if we could, as a board, if other members are in agreement, if we could vote on granting those two waivers, at least to give you that courtesy of that tonight. And then the other matters would, I think, wait for your return visit.
Do we need to motion them separately or can we motion them together?
I'm okay with them together.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Seconded, okay. And roll call vote. So we'll start with our Vice Chair, Jackie Furtado.
Aye.
Claes Andreasen.
Aye.
Emily Hedman.
Aye.
Peter Calvis.
Aye.
Ari Guffman.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. So those two waivers are approved, so you don't have to worry about that. Should we talk, perhaps, Amanda, is it time for us to talk about scheduling or what Canes would like to do next?
Yeah, I think it could be worth raising while the group is all here.
That's very good of you.
Thanks. So yeah, I mean, we have a meeting scheduled next week, but I don't know that that's really, if that's enough time for your team, or if it is, then great. It would be on the 3rd, so the Wednesday. Would your team prefer more time?
I believe so. We'll need to get more answers, I think, out of DCR and understand the traffic a little bit more. It's a somewhat complex issue that we need to work through.
Okay. So, I mean, we do have, because this isn't a public hearing, we do have the ability to do scheduling offline. But just in terms of a temperature check, we meet twice a month, 1st and 3rd Wednesdays. So the 3rd next week. And then the 17th are already on the calendar. And then we also have, I think it's the 7th of June and the 21st of June. So those are sort of the like near term meetings. And if your team had opinions about general ballpark, but I kind of feel like we can just figure it out offline.
I'm thinking the 17th, Pat, you'll have to weigh in on whether you think you can get the traffic wrapped up by then.
Yeah, I assume getting answers from DCR, if we can do that, which I'll endeavor to do, 17 should be fine, provided Eric can do his work as well.
Okay, great. So that'll be a tentative yes, and we can follow up offline.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you for your attention to this matter. We appreciate your input and your comments, and we look forward to working with the city as always.
Thank you very much. Thank you for choosing Medford. Thanks for all the work you put into this tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, ready for our next item on the agenda, the Planned Development District proposed for 100 Winchester Street. And this is a first for us, Planned Development District. Those of you who followed along with the new zoning ordinance and the discussions that took place as part of that process, you may be aware that this is a new technique that a developer and the city can engage in this process to identify a parcel or parcels, some footprint that is appropriate, they believe, for special or different type of zoning analysis. The Planned Development District is something that requires an amendment to the zoning ordinance. So our involvement, the city council's involvement, is called for there. And then there's an approval process of whatever development might be actually planned within the district once the zoning ordinance has been amended. So that's just my own little 30-second summary of what the PDD ordinance calls for. So we're in the very first meeting of the very first stage, but the focus tonight is to think about a zoning amendment that would find its way from us to City Council for further consideration. Amanda, how did I do? Is that all right? All right. Thank you very much. So with that as background, let's bring on the team for 100 Winchester Street.
Hi, thank you, and good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Adam Barnoski. I'm with the law firm of Roberto Israel and Weiner at 255 State Street. I'm an attorney for 96-102 Winchester Street, LLC, the property owner and the proposed developer. With me are the developers, Steve Nardone and Gerald Nardone, Peter Quinn and Milton Yu, the project architects, David Sawyer, the engineer, Stefan Zaitz, traffic consultant, Katia Pazziallo, the landscaped architect, and my co-counsel, Michael Barone. If I may, Mr. Chairman, could I go through a brief overview of the project?
Of course, we didn't want you to feel like you had to give every detail, but again, because we're sort of in the zoning phase of things, but
Sure.
can't really appreciate what the PDD is without understanding what your ideas are for the site. So, absolutely, please.
Sure. So as you mentioned, we are here for a planned development district. Specifically, it's a planned development residential district under section 9.2 of the zoning ordinance. At the outset, I'd like to say that, we're all very excited about this project. It's been a long time coming. We've had a few meetings with staff and with the community about this project. And I'd like to thank planning leadership and staff for their part in helping us get to where we are tonight, which is essentially the first official meeting in what we hope to be a productive process here. We do understand it's the first PDD, so we're kind of all in this together at this point in time. So I wanted to provide you with a little bit of overview of zoning and the project and the property, and then pass it along to Peter Quinn to discuss some of the design elements. We do understand that this is not, a formal design review, so we're going to try to keep this short, particularly in light of the last hearing, and try to make it as palatable as we can for you. If we could, while I'm giving my overview, if he's not already, could Peter Quinn be promoted to a co-host so he can share some of the photos in a few minutes. So first of all, the property. The proposed PDD site is located on the southern portion of Winchester Street, due east from the Ball Square T-stop. The site consists of 3 lots comprised of 5 tax parcels measuring just under 50,000 square feet. The 2 lots located at 96-102 Winchester are contiguous through lots with frontage on Winchester and Alfred Streets. They've been used for many years as a commercial space for offices and garaging. The lot located at 104 is a corner lot with frontage on Winchester and Albion Street. It is improved with a 2-story residence that has been deemed preferably preserved by the Medford Historical Commission. The site is mostly located in the general residential, the GR zoning district, with a small portion in the C1 zoning district. A proposed zoning table detailing the uses, dimensional requirements for the PDD was included in the application materials. I'll get into a little bit more detail on that momentarily. However, it's worth noting that the PDD was developed with a specific use and specific structures in mind, and where in some instances, this board is going to see PDDs that could host a variety of configurations and uses. Here, the zoning table was crafted with a particular project in mind. And as such, the proposed zoning is specific to this PDD and this project. And first, relative to the uses, they're identified in Exhibit E of our submission. And we believe that these are in line with the other uses allowed in the area. That is, it's primarily residential with ancillary low-impact commercial. And second, the dimensional requirements. We've identified those in Exhibit F of the submission, intended to blend with the underlying district's requirements with modifications to accommodate the scale of the project without disrupting the neighborhood, and to allow room to modify if needed during the permitting process at different phases later on during this project. As currently drafted, the PDD zoning has proposed heights in line with recent developments in the area and along Broadway, setbacks similar to existing conditions of neighboring properties, below grade parking in excess of the current requirements, and reasonable open space and lot coverage requirements for the area. In the broader, much broader context, the PDD is intended to create a gradual transition between the C1 zoning district and the GR zoning district. As I mentioned, while it's primarily located in the GR, there are elements of this site that are located in the C1 as well. And the commercial district, particularly along Broadway, is becoming typified by mixed-use developments, multifamily developments, and a continuation of commercial uses. So we think that this PDD, as we're structuring the zoning, fits in with the broader transitioning of this neighborhood and the city, particularly in relation to the district's proximity to the GLX and Ball Square T station. So because the PDD is so interwoven with the development of the site, I want to provide just a general overview of what the developer would be looking to build in the event that the PDD is approved by the city. So the development would consist of a 4-story, 65-unit residential building with below-grade parking, a 2-story, 4,000 square foot commercial building, and a community pocket park. This would be located within the new PD with a portion of the block bound by Winchester Street to the west, a little higher to the north, New Bern Avenue, Alfred Street to the east, and Albion Street to the south. The proposed development would raise the existing structures on the site with a new 4-story residential building measuring approximately 63,000 square feet, 65 residential units on the 1st through 4th floors, 51 parking spaces below grade, 56 long-term bicycle parking spaces, a roof deck, and rooftop solar arrays. The existing structure at 104 would be fully restored and a new addition would be added to the rear to form an L-shaped building measuring approximately 4,000 square feet. This would be that ancillary light commercial space. The use table we're seeking to craft into the PDD would allow daycare, office, a gym, or a similar use. 104 would also be improved with a pocket park for public use with new landscaping, hardscaping, and benches. I recognize that we've been kind of going through some of the plans as I've been speaking, but I would like to pass it along to Peter at this time if you'd like to elaborate on the design.
Yes, good evening. My name is Peter Quinn Architects, 259 Elm Street in Davis Square, Somerville. The site has a couple of features that I think are worth pointing out that, from an architect or land planner's point of view are particularly interesting. First, of course, the site has frontage on 3 sides, which means it has a lot of frontage. And each of those sides presents a different set of design challenges. Secondly, the site slopes approximately 15 feet from the Winchester Albion corner up here, where my cursor is, all the way down to the lowest point on Alfred Street. So in our massing to put more of the mass of the building toward Winchester Street and then step it down with a grade on Alfred, as you'll see when we go into the building plan a little bit. So yeah, we have 2 principal structures on a single lot. That's part of our zoning application, is to allow that within this particular new district. One is a residential building, the other is a commercial building. You could think of it as a master plan, but that's not built in necessarily into the PDD. We also are, as mentioned, have, I will just add a couple things that Adam didn't cover in terms of what some of the features of the building. It's fully handicap accessible from the garage all the way to the roof. And it's at this point, we are proposing 15% affordable. That's 10 units. So that's a fairly significant amount of affordable units for this project. And for the commercial building, as I said, as was said, not only will provide some commercial space close to the other commercial development along Broadway, but it also means a restoration of the front part of the existing building, which has some historic content and is definitely worth restoring if we can figure out a way to make it work economically when we think we have. The other aspect of the commercial that's worth pointing out is that there's a beautiful tree that sits right, about 15, 20 feet away from the existing building, and we intend to preserve that and create a kind of an active courtyard around it for the commercial users. And then finally, some other things about the site before I start to show you some images of the building. The site itself is developed so that it has multiple, it's primarily pedestrian oriented. It has multiple entry points for pedestrians. Here, for instance, for the commercial use, where my cursor is, a little pocket park that was mentioned. And when we present the landscape, perhaps next time, we can go into that in some detail. We also have an entry, formal entry to the front of the commercial building, and then a through walk that is private, but it does allow residents of the building to walk along the entire length of the site. And then we have our formal entry for the building itself right off Winchester Street. And we made a real effort to get cars off the site as much as possible. So we have a single driveway that's 2-way that leads down to an underground garage. The garage itself is on 2 different levels, each separated by about 4 or 5 feet, allowing an upper level to be built where the grade is higher. And then as we get closer to Alfred, it steps down. We also have an area for trash and recycling. This is an enclosed building that's an appendage to the main building. few other things that are worth mentioning, I think. The landscape architect, Verdant, has made a real effort to gracefully delineate all of the facades, all the street frontages with nice plantings, with primarily, as will be explained in time, with native plants or plants that are adapted for urban conditions. And so you see that along Winchester Street, turns for Albion, and then of course on Alfred, we're introducing some very nice landscaping integrated with some of the trees that are existing there. In our building, of course, there's been a lot of talk about going all electric and net zero, and that is our intention at this point, but we still have to deal with making a final decision based on economics and availability of electricity in, the extent of available power in the area. But we certainly will pre-wire for electric cars. And in addition to the 56 or so bike spaces that were mentioned, they're in a secure bike room that has will have a repair shop in it, a repair bench, and a bike washing component. We also are able to park bikes above the cars, and we'll probably be able to get over 100 bikes in the building. So that's the intention. Let me show you some nice images of the building. I don't want to go into the design too much because I know we're primarily here about the zoning, but you can see this gives you a good overview from the corner, Winchester being on the left here, and then Albion is just off to the right. The pocket park is shown there. This doesn't have all the trees in place because we want to be able to see the buildings, but it does give you an idea of how that existing building is restored, and a new porch is built in the front, and windows are restored, and then kind of a contemporary addition on the back. It's fairly simple, not trying to upstage the old house. And then because of the grades, we're actually able to have a raised patio around that tree. It sits higher than the street as it is. And so that would be an active courtyard for the commercial users. It's a very nice feature. To the left, you see the new building. This is the 4 stories that we have on Winchester Street. However, we set back the 4th story to reduce the apparent mass of the building. We also introduced a strong cornice in keeping with the idea that a lot of the older buildings in the neighborhood do have cornices. And we introduced balconies at the corners and along the facades in order to break up the massing of the building at the eye level. You can see that the building is built on a kind of a plinth, and that is actually the underground garage that is bigger than the footprint of the residential structure itself. And so what we have here is like a brick structure, or it'll be a concrete structure with a brick face, and then the terraces that would be created around the building are what's left after the footprint of the building is placed. So that we've also offset the building from front to rear. The further distance that you see here is the Alfred part of the building, so that this gives the building a little bit of variety visually, and gives us an opportunity to break the mass further. You can see the driveway. This is a 2-way drive on the left here, leading down to the garage. Plenty of room. It's 24 feet wide. And then at the end of that is the recycling center and trash collection. This is a view from Alfred Street. So you can see here, what we've done is we've maintained a similar appearance to the building, but we've set the building, the height of the building to 3 stories. And the purpose of this, of course, is to give Alfred Street a better sense of, give a sense of scale to that's appropriate for Alfred Street, which is primarily 1 and 2 family residential. And then we further broke the mass of this into a townhouse-like form, so that we can present a nice residential scale to the community there. There's actually no entry to the building on this side, except for you, if you're a resident, you can go on that through path and enter that way. This drive that you see on the left, on the right here is actually for fire access, and it has a minimal amount of paving. The rest is either green pavers, grass pavers, or landscaping on the left side of it. Another view from Alfred, looking back toward Winchester. The fences that you see on the left side are for the private residents that are on Albion. An aerial view similar to the street view that we had at the beginning, looking down into the courtyard of the commercial space and then the larger residential structures. Surrounded by landscape, wherever we could get it. Another view of that. All four corners divided. This is Alfred looking out over those houses there. By setting it back quite a bit in landscaping, and I think it does integrate very well with the scale of this streets neighborhood streetscape. And one last view. Well, I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to take any questions. And as Adam mentioned, we also have our landscape architect with us here, as well as civil engineer and traffic consultant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Adam, do you want to turn more to the zoning side of things at this point? I don't want to interrupt your proposed presentation, but
Sure. I mean, we provided the zoning is essentially a mix of proposed uses and dimensional requirements that we have under the exhibits. I mean, we can walk through each of those if you'd like to. I'm not sure how granular you want to get.
sure. Let me, I just wanted to invite whatever presentation you wanted to say on that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Let's
that
hold
was
thought.
generally, I know that the board has these, has the submission. And it's, as we discussed, most of the dimensional requirements under the zoning basically allow this development by, not by right, but by special permit through the city council. So, we tried to provide setbacks that allow some of a buffer, so we're not like within, riding up against the setbacks. Same with height, same with FAR and all the different elements that we have under the zoning code. And like I said, well, I'm happy to get as granular as you like. I think that, overall the tables kind of speak for themselves, and the net result really is what you're seeing here. I mean, there's the way that we've crafted the zoning tables and the uses that are allowed essentially are going to permit what you're seeing here. So it's primarily residential. There are light ancillary commercial uses that are allowed, but for example, we wouldn't be able to put this PDD through and build a 7-story 400 unit complex here. So we tried to tailor it so we might be able to make a few modifications based on input by the board, but overall we're pretty much working within the confines to allow this by special permit of the city council.
Okay, thank you. Well, we also have with us Attorney Jonathan Silverstein, who is acting as counsel to the board to help advise us as we go through the process of recommending the amended ordinance, and presumably also advising the city council. Jonathan, would you like to say hello or jump in? You'll recognize Jonathan from previous appearances before the board. He's helped us with things like sort of our internal management and board operations and some of the statutes that affect planning boards generally. So,
good evening.
Hi.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep. We can hear you. Thank you.
Perfect. Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think obviously this is the first PDD that the board's being presented under the new ordinance. And as you indicated in your prefatory remarks, it really, the PDD presents a nice opportunity for tailored zoning for specific developments. And as Mr. Barnowski indicated, a PDD can be a tool to paint with a broader brush for sort of a master planning exercise. That's not what's really presented here. This is a much more narrow in scope development on a smaller site. And this project, a lot of the legwork has been done up front by staff and by the applicant to bring to the board a really almost fully formed proposal. And so this hearing is really an opportunity for you to, for the board to provide comment and get questions asked with respect to the intersection of the project with the proposed zoning. As Mr. Barnowski indicated, the zoning is really a means to an end. And so though normally when you're holding a hearing on a proposed zoning amendment, you're not considering specific projects. By its nature, PDD zoning is project-specific zoning. And so this can be an opportunity for the board to ask any questions, provide feedback, so that if changes need to be considered, they're being considered now rather than when you get to the point of your hearing under the State Zoning Act, Chapter 48, Section 5, by which point the zoning has been pretty much finalized and is going to be, you're going to be making a recommendation to the council. And really changing course at that point presents more of a logistical challenge than it would now. Again, I'm not suggesting that you're going to be looking to change course, but this is sort of that opportunity. So I guess that's the way I would explain my view of the most useful way to consider tonight's hearing. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And
Sure.
Yep, and I see Director Hunt's hand is up. You're exactly where I was going next. We're thinking alike because it is different in that it is a recommendation to amend zoning. So the city has a perspective here. And so I imagine, Director Hunt, you're going to help offer the city's view on this and the benefits it may offer to the city. So please.
And I also just wanted to make sure that it was clear. It's probably clear to the board what the process is here, but this is new. And I know we have people online and who may be watching this on TV. At the end of this hearing, this meeting, there will be the zoning, the table and the map will go to the city council as a zoning change. So this is our opportunity to recommend that. However, the way zoning is then adopted, this will go to the city council. They will then immediately refer it back to this board for another public hearing on this exact same zoning. And then this board will make any additional comments and refer it back to the city council for a public hearing where they would then vote to adopt the zoning. In this case, this is a very well-developed project. And honestly, we've been talking how this seems like there's a few too many meetings in this. We're still figuring out this process. If this was a less well-developed project, that might be useful. We're working through that. Once that zoning is adopted by the council, this project then comes back for a site plan review because of the size of the project. So this is not site plan review, but that would occur. Or let me just say, once the zoning is adopted, they will apply for a building permit. And when they apply for the building permits, then this project comes back for site plan review and any further building permits. And I believe actually the council issues the permit under it. It then goes back to council again. So I just wanted to be clear that this project is going to be it'll be a special permit. so it'll go back and forth and be in front of this board several times. And I wanted people to be aware of that. This is the easiest time to make big changes. If when it came back to you next time, when it's referred back to the council and the board wanted to make any significant changes, it would then have to be re-advertised and reheard by the planning board. Like, it gets very complicated then. So this is the point to make conversation. I will say that we have been meeting with this applicant, Mr. Nardone, for more than a year, probably 2 years. We've seen various iterations of this. Peter Quinn is a well-respected architect that our board has worked with on this project, and we've seen other projects by him over the years, or my office has seen many projects by him. We think this is a great addition to the area. Planners will talk about the missing middle housing, and our housing production plan talks about the missing middle, which is sort of like, in some sense, this might be a little on the large size for that. That might be more like 10, 30 units, and this is 65. But this is not a high-rise apartment building, right? This is a community scale building. We really like this. We like the low energy of it. We love that they came to us with solar, that they're trying to go all electric. We love the adaptive reuse of the building that they're keeping on site and the addition of a pocket park. I like that they keep saying that maybe daycare there. The city needs more of that. I'll take this opportunity to encourage that yet again. And this is very close to some of the new T stops. And so we think this is a great location for more housing like this and for dense housing. So from the perspective of process, and then from the building, you know, we love it. We like, I mean, obviously you all will have discussion and there'll be site plan review, but this is a good fit for the city and meets the needs of our housing production plan.
Thank you very much for the background on the process and also the city's voice on the project. Much appreciated. Amanda, we're going to the public on this one, are we not?
Yes, this is a public hearing, so we should at some point open to the public.
Okay. Maybe that's appropriate at this time to solicit some input. I think we need to see the tables and talk about some of the zoning details, but if we can have the public, if there are folks who are interested and want to comment on the overall process and the overall project, it would be nice to hear from them.
Hi, this is Steve Catino again. Could I speak?
Yes, if you could just share once more your address for the record.
85, I'm the representative of my aunt, 8587 Albion Street.
Welcome again.
Hi, how are you? So, you know, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. My family's owned the house for about 100 years now, just about on Albion Street. So, of course, you probably know that this was a project back in the 70s. Mr. Collegian, the former owner, wanted to do something in the back as well, and all the neighbors opposed it. But I'm not here to oppose it. It's a beautiful project. But, you know, my concern would be like with the 65 units, you know, given like the new T station, there's a lot more pedestrian traffic in addition to the amazing student population at Tufts University who live on Albion Street. With the traffic, you know, then people pulling in and out of the driveway, I'd be concerned with that. You know, but more importantly, a couple of things come to mind. When they started digging for the T, we had a bad rat problem and mice problem, which I never had before. And you know what's going to happen with that, because now these buildings and the house at the corner has been there forever. It's not been utilized. You know, I'm sure there's mice in there. I've never seen a rat until the T project and that area, not even a mouse. But, you know, once the T project is like brutal, I saw dead ones in my yard, live ones, you know, so I just wanted to make sure that all those problems are going to be, you know, thought of. You know, and I think, you know, it shouldn't be a cost for us, because last time with the T, the city said that we had to pay for certain things. But, you know, to go through this again, it was like brutal, you know, like holes in the yard, rats, and, you know, the whole bit. Like my concern, like we've been lucky to have the privacy all these years with nobody in the back. Sitting on your deck or in the yard. I don't know if the 65 units is too much for the area, but I love the design, the architecture and all that. And then what I'd like to also ask is, again, with the alley that we use or that path, what's going to happen with that again, that we use now for our backyards? Is that going to stay intact? Are we still going to be able to use that land?
I don't know that I have the answer for you, Mr. Catino, but we could ask someone on the project team.
Okay.
Sure. So are you referring to the backyard that, like the backyards that are currently utilizing a portion of the project property? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I thought that it was a land that was donated to the city many years ago when the bonds were there. I heard that those bonds were used for horses or cows or something like that, from milk cows, this is my grandfather told me. But there's land in between the houses on Albion Street until they hit the structures on your project.
Yeah, I mean,
So is that called Lawn Place or?
Yeah, there is an area called Lawn Place. What I will say is that the area there is a portion of property. If you look at the survey, you can see this. So there is this portion of property called Lawn Place that I believe is currently that is technically part of the subject property. And you can see by what's up on the screen there that, like, for example, there's a shed that crosses that property line. And it's the intent of the developers to leave that area untouched by this, that they don't plan on retaking that Lawn Place for their own use. So that if you I'm not sure if that's Peter or Milton that has that, but could you bring up the following a drawing that shows the proposed development on top of the survey plan, so you can kind of see what that's going to look like. Yeah, so if you can see Lawn Place there. Oh, you just had it. You might be able to see it here, and so you can see that does remain that's undisturbed.
So would we still be using the land or not?
I mean, as far as the development goes, it's not like, yeah, this is a very, can you see that on your screen, sir?
I can explain. This is the property line right here where my cursor is.
Yeah, thank you, Peter.
And then there's approximately 15 feet of encroachment that is on our client's property. But the idea is that the fence that is there will be rebuilt and continued access will be provided to those owners on Albion Street.
That you'll be able to do what for the owners?
You can continue to use it.
Oh, okay. So
as you have been, but it's not. We need that land for our total lot area.
For your what?
Lot area.
For the lot area. So there might be some further discussions with the owners on that strip, but it is, again, the intent of the developer to not build on the area that's being utilized by those properties.
So what will it be used for then?
As I've said, it's used by the Albion residents.
So are they going to keep it open, or are they going to put a fence in the back, or
6 foot high privacy fence?
Oh, so 6 foot, and it's like, the 15 feet.
Yes.
Beyond, so they'll
just as it is now.
They'll continue to use the land.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and then again, like I said, I love the project. And can you explain to me again what the outcome of that 104 Winchester is? So I see, you know, you refix the structure, you're adding to it, and then what is it going to be used for again?
Well, we're trying to determine what the best use for that is. I think ideally, you know, it's been brought up that a daycare could be used or possibly a gym. What we've done in just bringing it back to the zoning table, what we've tried to do is to allow any uses that are allowed by right in the subject zone, in the base zoning districts, the C and the GR, to be allowed. But I think the idea, what everyone seems to be interested in is one of the uses that I've specified. So, you know, this project is, you know, significant. There's a significant amount of time that's going to pass between when it's approved and when it's built, then once you have tenants. So there's been no use that's been committed to it just yet.
All right. And then are these going to be, again, I kind of like missed part of it. Are they going to be condos or are they going to be apartments that people rent?
I don't know if that's been, Peter, do you have an answer on that one?
My understanding it's apartments, but you know, it could be condos, you know, it's a market condition thing.
Yeah, that can also change over time.
Yeah. So you're not sure if you'll be selling them or renting?
Not at this point.
Right.
If I may, through the chair, just mention, you see the fences behind the Albion residence. This is the 6-foot high fence. Yeah.
So that would still, okay, so that's going to be all still part of what, you know, the Albion Street portion used in the past, and
yeah,
there's going to be a lane back there for the tenants to go, but that would be on the other side of the fence.
right, exactly. So you maintain your privacy as, of course, you have a building there now, but you would have a fence instead.
Right. And then, yeah, and then again, like I said, you know, big concern is like with the rat population and you know, once you start digging, what's going to happen, you know, so I don't know if there's an answer to that at this time.
I'll just say that typically, in order to get a building permit, you have to have a rat mitigation program.
Right.
Probably something the MBTA didn't think about.
Right. So you'd have a program in place, because I know I own another piece of property in Everett, and it's kind of the same thing happened, but like the new developer, or you know, anytime I have a problem, he sends somebody over there, so it's not coming out of my pocket.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that would be similar to this. That would there be a contact that we can call? The city's not going to say pay for it yourself.
Yeah, my understanding is that the Board of Health of the city weighs in on that sort of stuff in connection with the issuance of the building permit. So they have plans for, you know, the waste and the trash and other controls, erosion controls and rodents, that sort of thing is all part of the city's review of a proposed development closer to that building permit.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, you know, on the record, you know, whenever, but I mean, I'd really need to, you know, like to see something that's going to be available for, you know, the residents in the area, because like I said, it was a horrible, you know, when you're never used to seeing them and you see them all the time at that point, you know, but I think it's subsided, but I'm not sure if they're still underground.
If I might jump in, I just want to make sure that we refocus the conversation, definitely recognizing the concerns that you're raising, Stephen, and there will be multiple opportunities, I think, a little bit later down the line as we talk more about the project itself. And there's like, you know, permitting attached to this pathway. And this is actually more about kind of the zoning implications for the project. I hope that clarifies things.
All right. You know, and then again, the last piece I would say is part of zoning, you know, like, you know, is it too many apartments for that area? But, you know, and I'll leave it at that for you to consider. So and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak.
Absolutely. Thanks for your input tonight.
Thank you.
Amanda, do we have other members of the public who'd like to participate?
Hello. Could I speak?
Yes, if you could just share your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. It's John Carroll, and I'm at 35. Hi. I'm at 35 Clayton, and it's Clayton Avenue, not Clayton Street. I believe I share a driveway with Mr. Nardoni. I was a little surprised by, I think it's Director Hunter's tone. seemed rather presumptuous and overly positive. It sounds like it's already green lighted and without any public input. So I was just taken aback by her presumptuousness, I guess. I will not rehash the rat problem. I know we understand that we've already had a couple of years of significant excavation, construction with the Green Line. Your underground parking, I think, is going to be another major noise issue there. And again, I worry about the rats. I worry about the utilities in terms of water being, used. Is our water pressure going to change? But most importantly, it feels like an encroachment because we're on the Alfred side, and we've, had the privilege of having that kind of blocked off. Opening that up is going to change the little enclave that we have over here. It is all residential housing. The parking, my sense is that the parking is going to get worse over here on the side streets. Our visitors, our guests aren't going to be able to have the availability that we have right now. So I have a lot of concerns, and I think, did I see a roof deck up there as well? Anybody?
Yes, did.
Okay,
And
so.
And it's fully
okay.
screened up here.
Fully screened. Yeah, so it's open. And we're in Tufts area, university. I can just hear frat parties up there at night. I have a lot of concerns.
Okay, we certainly appreciate your participation tonight. And as we've mentioned, and many of us have mentioned, this is just the first step in a process, which does include the city council on a couple of different occasions. And you may find, you can obviously share your concerns, not only with this board, but also with your elected representatives as well. So.
Okay, and could you just clarify Director Hunter's position? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Sorry, I am the Director of Planning, Economic Development, and Sustainability. There have actually been at least one public community meeting on this project, but it was quite a while ago. I don't know if the applicant or one of the staff remembers when that was.
Yeah, there was one a while ago. It was also very short notice, as this was too. I think we got 48 hours notice.
That meeting was, just for the record, that was August 29th, 2022.
Right. Very short notice. Okay, that's all I have for right now. But again, we've been on the call since 6:30. It's been a long night, and I wish we had more of an opportunity to discuss this and hear from some of the other neighbors.
Okay, thank you for your input. Amanda, can you tell us, are there perhaps some other neighbors who are waiting to weigh in, or other residents?
Yeah, would anyone, you can raise your hand with the react button. You can use the chat function just to, if you need any help getting unmuted, or you can unmute yourself and offer comment. I'm not seeing anyone here. I am going to just quickly check our email, refresh the page, but we didn't receive comments ahead of the meeting. And no emails.
Okay. So with the focus tonight on zoning, I should say, with the public period closed at this point, if we don't have anyone else out there, are there members of the board who want to say something now just in terms of the overall project? I think the next thing we'll do is turn to the table of uses and the actual specifics to see what our feelings are about the zoning amendment. But are there any comments at this point generally?
I mean, I have comments, David. I don't know if you want me to wait or not. I wasn't.
Well, what I thought, if it's just sort of like, hey, how do you feel about the project? That's sort of what I'm calling for. And I'm thinking that we would turn next and actually look at the real nuts and bolts of the zoning amendment. So depends on what you'd like to say.
Um,
Can wait if you want, whatever.
no, I mean, I can go ahead, I think.
Please.
Parking ratio. What are you proposing for parking ratio for this project? And how does it compare to standard?
So it is compliant with the new bylaw, which states the ratios for market rate and for affordable units differently. So we, I think we actually have a space or two to spare under that ratio, under that guideline.
Which is?
Let's see, off the top of my head, I think it's 0.8 for the market rate and 0.5 for the per unit for the affordable.
For a total of?
51. I think 50 is actually what you need, but we have 50.
Does the parking occupy the entirety of the subgrade level under the building?
Well, there's a bike room, there's utility rooms.
But generally?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just give you an idea here. This is the lower parking level. So you come down, the center of the building is where the elevator is to navigate between the different levels of the building. There's a bike room down there. There's a large electrical room, plus the need. And then parking for the 26 in this garage. If you go up, there's another parking garage when you first come into. There's 25.
So it's like a split level parking garage.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, to follow the grades of the site.
Okay. I think it's a nice project. I think it's nice that you scaled it appropriately to the neighborhood, and use the step back to really sort of respect that scale. I don't have any real comments on the architecture. I think it's a little curious, and maybe you can talk through this a little bit, that you haven't used that facade along Alfred Street to sort of make the same moves that you have on the front, or maybe a better way to say that is, it seems like a missed opportunity to create a more neighborhood friendly interaction with Alfred Street, like with some entries and things like that. I know that's not maybe exactly how these kind of buildings work, but it does seem a little strange that there's no sort of entry piece on this side that's sort of engaging Alfred Street.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt, but we have another hearing tonight, and this is going very long. Can we really restrict our site plan review comments to when we have site plan review and really focus on the big picture and the zoning? I'm very sorry. It's 9:00 and there's another hearing after this.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I was a little confused by the description of the series of meetings, because you said if anything's going to change, it has to be brought up now.
The zoning needs to change. The zoning would be tonight. The site plan will actually be after they apply for building permits, which is a whole nother thing. So if it's anything in the zoning that needs to be changed, that needs to be tonight. Anything about the facade, the layout, the plantings, all our typical site plan things, that we'll have a site plan review on. Sorry, I know we've been very confused about the process.
Okay. All right, well then I'll just let it keep going.
Okay. Thanks, Clice. Ari, I see your hand up.
Great, thank you. I had the opportunity to visit the site and do a tour with the property owner and developer, along with Amanda. My impression after that tour is that it seems very thought out. I have kind of some things that I want to bring up when we get to site review in terms of details, but in terms of the big picture, it's a much larger lot than it's looked like when I've driven past it a million times. The height seems like it should fit the neighborhood. And while the nature of having more housing is that there's less privacy, we also desperately need more housing. And I think the very dense 1 and 2 bedrooms right near the T is a really smart move for giving people space to live in our community. So I think that the scale makes sense to me.
Thank you, Ari. Any other comments from the board? Peter, you had your hand up at one point, but all good?
I'm good for now. I may have things to say in come site plan review, but as for zoning things, I want to restrict that to zoning for now, and I have no comments on that.
Okay, so who would like to take the lead then on helping us to focus on the specific zoning?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So I would say if the board has the submission in front of them, we can look at. I think I'll briefly go through the table of uses, and then I'll pass it to my co-counsel Michael Barone to talk about the dimensional requirements. But if you look at Exhibit E, it spells out the proposed table of uses. Again, this is the proposed zoning. This is our draft. We will have to work with any recommendations of the board. We'll have to work with Attorney Silverstein when he drafts what will end up being the amendment to the zoning ordinance. But and so it might look different than what it looks like here. But essentially what we've done is we thought at the outset to pull in, because the site is located in the GR and the C1, to go through and say that anything that's allowed by right in those zoning districts, we would put into allowing it by right under the PDD. So we just tried to so that's why if you look at Exhibit E, you can see that there's a column for GR, there's a column for C1, and there's a column for the PDD. So basically, if it's allowed in either of those, we've made it allowed. Now, that being said,
Adam, if I could just interrupt you. Sorry, Amanda, is it possible for you to pop that on the screen for us?
My associate Milton can do that too.
Okay.
That would be great. Thank you.
That'd be super.
Can you just make Milton view presenter, please?
So in going through these, you'll note that there is a difference between what is going to be, or what we've proposed to be in the PDD in terms of uses, as opposed to what we actually plan to build. The developer plans to build here. So to the extent that it would be in the board's purview or the city council's purview to scale back some of the uses, certainly we'd be willing to do that. But the thought, again, is not to try to prejudice this property by limiting uses that might otherwise be allowed by right under base zoning. So, for example, you have a museum use, a community use, which is a museum use that's allowed by right under our PDD. Now, that's because it's allowed under the C1. There's no intent to use this as a museum use, but we're trying, again, not to prejudice the site. So if you can go through now, Milton, I think, could you bring up the actual the zoning table of uses? Looks like you're under the dimensionals.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. 1 second.
Sure.
And when you do, if you could zoom in a little bit, that would be great.
So it's another, it's another set. Well, so this is a little bit different, Milton. I think that there's actually an exhibit that we have in here that has, it's basically an amendment to the 312, which is the key table of use regulations.
Oh, I see. That wasn't in my,
That's not in your deck. Okay.
no.
Okay. Well, I mean, sorry, I don't have the ability to share that. I don't know if it's within the, if the board staff has that available.
Are you talking about the one in the ordinance?
It was Exhibit E on the submission. It was the zoning table of use. The zoning table of uses with the GR, the C1, and the PDD listed on there.
Amanda, do you want me to share that? I have that up on my screen if that's helpful.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Great. Thank you very much. Yeah. So this is it's a 3-page it's a few pages long. If you go through it, and basically what it does is it goes through every single use in the zoning table. So we've gone through and allowed by right any uses that are allowed by right in either of the underlying base zoning districts. So again, the purpose here is to not prejudice any of the uses, but the intent is to permit what you have before you. So again, we're amenable to having comments from the board, and if there's any interest in restricting, like I'll give the museum use, for example. If there's any interest in restricting those uses, I think we'd be happy to do so, because the uses that we are looking to utilize are set forth before you in the presentation that we've made tonight.
Let me interrupt and to ask a question. And again, I know this is awkward because we don't really have our procedures down, this being the first go. Maybe Attorney Silverstein, is this like, should we be getting board comments at this point on very specifics, yes or no's for each box? Or is that going to be a follow-on meeting after you've had a chance to work on the proposed amendment?
Right.
I don't want to waste everyone's time, but I also don't want to miss the right time to give input. So,
Sure. So I would say that in terms of the changes that I think you'd want to make now, it would be changes that would really dramatically change the scope of what would go into the zoning. So I think what you don't want to have happen is a zoning amendment goes to the council, gets referred to the CDB for your traditional public hearing, and then you find yourself wanting to make recommendations that would substantially change the scope of the amendment. Tinkering with the table of uses, changing a Y to a CC or an N, that would all be within the scope of something you would expect to see when you hold that sort of public hearing and make recommendations. I think, let's say the board were to decide, you know what, we really don't want residential on this site. We'd rather see life sciences. Life sciences is not allowed, residential is. We want a residential use to be prohibited and life sciences to be allowed. I think that's larger, higher level scope of really changing the direction of things that you would want to discover now. Fine tuning the language is something that you would traditionally do through recommendations to the council when it comes back to you on an actual formal amendment, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. I think that's helpful. I just know my experience as a board member. I think this board works really well when we have a fresh set of eyes and we put it out on the table, we put it on the screen, and we kind of go through each one together, and we come out with a pretty good process that worked during the zoning amendment back and forth. So I don't know. I'm feeling like maybe this could be at our next meeting. We could put this on the board and really get it down to where we have specific recommendations from the board to go forward. Would that make sense? I don't want to be an obstacle to allowing this to go to the next level when it's ready.
And sorry, I can't find my raised hand with my screen shared. I just wanted to ask a process question of the attorney as well. It seems to me there's two perspectives on this right now. And one is that allow everything that's allowed because we don't want to further restrict it for any future development in the long future. But it is my understanding that with the PDD, you have to exercise your rights under this changed zoning within 2 years. You have to get a building permit and get started, which would imply to me that 40 years from now, if they want to use something else, this is not actually the zoning. It reverts back to the underlying zoning. Do we know, is that correct? Because in that case, in my mind, we wouldn't want a large table like this. We would want only the 5 things, the 10 things they think they might do in the next 2 years, simplify all of this. Are you able to speak to that?
Sure. So I think that's a good point. Bearing in mind that it's maybe not strictly speaking what you would traditionally consider to be an overlay district, but it's similar in that the base zoning remains available to the applicant. And so either they're going to exercise the PDD zoning or they're not, which is their choice. And as you said, if they don't, then they have to exercise the zoning and then obtain a building permit within set time standards, and otherwise they have to start the process over again. So, I think I could envision a situation where, say, the commercial space, there may be a desire to have flexibility in terms of how that commercial space could be used, because there's uncertainty as to what the highest and best use will be now. And you may want to, or the applicant and the city may want to leave flexibility. Once the PDD is exercised, it won't be possible to just then go back and revert to the base zoning. They'll be operating under the PDD zoning. So it may make sense to keep in any uses as allowed uses or special permit uses that you could reasonably anticipate that commercial space being used for, even if it's not specifically contemplated now. So it might be a little bit of both in terms of leaving options open, but it doesn't necessarily. For instance, there's some industrial uses that are allowed in the base zoning, but you might determine, or the board might determine, would not be a good fit with the rest of this PDD development if it moves forward. So maybe it makes sense to pull those out.
If I may, Mr. Chair, so what I could suggest is if it would make the process a little more refined, I might be able to work with Attorney Silverstein. I can discuss with my client, but I anticipate that if it would be helpful, we could go through the use table and really carve out the uses that are relevant here. And we could, dial back the base zoning uses that are not anticipated here, if it would make the board more comfortable. Because I understand that if you're looking to approve this as a PDD and there are uses that are going to be by right and they're inconsistent with the presentation, that you might not be comfortable at the next go around of them still being in there. So I don't think that there'd be any problem at all in going through and just carving out and really just limiting the uses to the multifamily that you've seen, and then really trying to figure out what the uses in that commercial building will be, and making sure to take out items that we just know for certain will not be used.
I think that would be really smart. It would be a good use of time. I think it'll streamline what's in front of not only us, but we're more flexible, but maybe most importantly, what's in front of the city council. So I would be in favor of that suggestion. I think that would be helpful. Then we'd have a more refined product that we as a board could, weigh in on a little bit and hopefully endorse and send forward.
Great. And I think that would probably still be consistent with the process as it's laid out, because if this board is going to be then presented with the zoning amendment, I think that zoning amendment would be tailored towards this discussion. Not to say that the board would be committing to something they haven't seen yet, but I think it might be more palatable.
That sounds good to me. Attorney Silverstein, Director Hunt, are you also open to that? Any issues there?
I think that makes good sense.
Sure, that works. I honestly hadn't envisioned the board going line by line through all of this tonight. That hadn't crossed my mind, or we might have suggested it earlier. Sorry.
Well, no problem. Okay. All right, so we've closed public comment. At this point, I'm thinking we've identified our next steps. Adam, are you on board with that on behalf of your team?
Yes, absolutely. And, yeah,
Okay.
and thank you all for your comments, your input, and your time tonight.
Excellent. Okay, well, thanks for your patience. We look forward to seeing you kind of on the next go around. But Amanda, please.
Yes, sorry, just before anyone leaves. So this is a public hearing, and I think that we would need to have a vote to continue the public hearing to a date certain. And so I guess this is sort of a question to the applicant on how much time they think that they would need to kind of go through this next step of paring back. We do have a meeting advertised and available next Wednesday on the 3rd, but if you need more time, we can kind of go over other dates.
Well, I mean, I guess just to clarify, I mean, I think I guess what I'm trying to figure out is a way, just because this is a long process already, if there's a way to satisfy this step 3 and also do the edits that we've discussed here. I mean I guess I'll defer to Attorney Silverstein on process here, but it would be my thought that we could continue to move forward in the process, and that I don't believe that the board is voting on what's been presented to it tonight. I think that this is, as I read it, the process would be to have this meeting, and then we would go then to. I guess I'll just defer to Attorney Silverstein on what that next process is, because was the process that at step 3, this as drafted would be referred to the city council?
Right. Could I suggest, I think what we're wondering is, would it be sufficient for the board to say, big picture, what you've presented is fine. The zoning that you put in front of us is too broad. We'd like to see it scaled back to only represent the project that you're talking about, in which case we're supportive of the project as it's generally the general form of it. And therefore, this could be voted out of this hearing. The applicant would then present zoning that would allow what they've proposed, but scaled back and not more than what they've proposed, to the city council, which the city council would refer back to this board for comment. This board would then make comment on that more refined, less deep, scaled back, more restrictive zoning. Does that allowed under this process?
I would suggest that that's a possibility of adding 2 steps where you don't want that to happen. I think that what you want to do is refine it focus it, have us vote on it because it won't take us long. Then it can go to city council and they're not sending it back.
They have to send it back to you.
No, I understand, but
Yeah.
they're not sending it back for the first time for us to say we want 4 changes to go back to city council.
I don't think they could not even discuss it, right? Like, don't they refer it, like they could just open it and refer it to the board?
I think what Chair Bowenberg is saying is that he thinks that when the refined version comes back, this board is going to change it.
I don't
Like
know.
any zoning amendment, the process is it goes to the city council, gets referred to the CD board. You all make the changes you want, and then it goes to the city council. Is that not what we're doing?
If I could jump in, Mr. Chair, I think maybe, maybe it would make sense, from a process standpoint. We know that this board has to hold at least one more public hearing and then make recommendations before the council can adopt the zoning amendment. So no matter what, that's going to happen. So I think what I'm hearing staff say, and it might make sense from the standpoint of streamlining the process to task staff, council, the applicant to prepare and submit to the council the zoning amendment. The referral back to the CD board is automatic. It's ministerial. It has to happen within 14 days, and then any suggested tweaks from there. If there are no big picture concerns the board has at this point, that could be those fine tuning can be recommended coming out of the next public hearing after the referral back from council. I guess I could throw one other option out there if the board's uncomfortable with that, which would be that the fine-tuned or the revised zoning amendment before it's actually submitted to council on the board's behalf could be circulated to board members. Obviously, you could not deliberate on it outside of a public meeting. However, what board members could do would be to reply back to staff whether or not they feel that an additional hearing session is required before it gets referred to the council. So if there are real concerns that members have, you wouldn't say what those concerns are. You would be sort of looking at it saying, yes, this is something I think we should meet on one more time. Not articulating why, because that would be a deliberation outside of a public meeting. But just, yes, I would like to schedule a meeting. The hope, of course, is that that does not happen and the referral can take place. But we could say, all board members, please let staff know within 2 days if you feel a further meeting is necessary before it gets referred to council.
I guess maybe I'm causing too many problems. My impression of the process is that our board was supposed to recommend the amendment to the council, and that the council would actually have an expectation that we, using our sort of expertise on things, we would have weighed in, and they would be disappointed otherwise to not hear from us and would just throw it back to us and add additional steps. I'm not suggesting I'm looking to make additional steps by being disagreeable about things. I just don't know what the city council's reaction is going to be for seeing this thing for the very first time. If you think it'll go to them and they're ready to deal with it and they can send it to us and we can make a few recommendations off of it, I'm fine with that.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I'm reading the steps, and it does say that. So you're going to hold this hearing. You're holding the hearing now, and then it says the CDB holds a public hearing, prepares text of the proposed zoning amendment and locates the new district on the map. And then the amendment is presented to the city council. So, I mean, I don't think that would be any inconsistency if what we're telling you this evening, and if the board is looking to take a vote on this, that we would make, and we could work with council to make sure that the uses are consistent with the proposal. I know that that's somewhat of a broad term, but we could, I mean, under the table that we did provide this board, it does say, that's what Milton was actually had up in front initially, was that the uses are multiple dwelling, child care center, office, gym, and then it says as well as other uses allowed under C1 and GR. So I think we could take out all other uses and have the office, the gym, the daycare, and then, you know, I would need to speak to my client to make sure that we're not limiting, but I would say it would be other ancillary light commercial uses. And if the board would be comfortable in doing that, again, it's going to go to the city council. They're going to talk about it. It's going to go back to this board. You can talk about it. Then it's going to go back to the city council for a vote. I think that there's going to be plenty of time to refine this and still allow the project to go forward without the need to come back on this same step 3, which I just think might be redundant.
Okay. So what's our vote tonight then? It's a vote on a conceptual approval?
So interestingly, Mr. Chair, there's no formal vote required under the ordinance. But you could, the board certainly could take a vote to support the zoning and concept, and to request that staff work with council and the applicant to revise the zoning as discussed to narrow the scope of the allowed uses and to submit that to the council. So if the board did want to take a vote, I think that would be an appropriate vote.
Okay. Okay, that sounds good. I've been doing a lot of the talking, other board members. If someone's in support of this idea of, could propose a vote in support of the adoption of the PDD and to request that it be referred to City Council after collaboration between city staff, council, and the applicant to work on a narrower scope of uses that would apply at the PDD.
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay. Roll call vote. Attorney Silverstein, stop us if we're being bad.
Not at all.
Okay, excellent.
I just, David, it has
Yes.
a lot with the fact that you're also an attorney, and if anyone was going to understand what was going on tonight, you're the perfect leader.
Oh, well, I do try. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, with our roll call then, right back to you. Our Vice Chair, Jackie Furtado.
Aye.
Claes Andreasen.
Aye.
Emily Hedman.
Aye.
Peter Calvis.
Aye.
Ari Goffman.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Special thanks to Director Hunt, Attorney Silverstein, and the group on behalf of the applicant team, everyone there for your time tonight and helping us through the process. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
David, quickly before we get into the next item, I need to take my dog out for a walk. I should be, hopefully less than 20 minutes, depending on how he feels, but I just want to let the group know that I'll be stepping away for a little bit.
And the record will reflect that.
Thank you.
Okay. Amanda, keep me on track here. We ready for our next item?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And should I be reading a notice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Public hearing notice. Okay, the next item is concerns Brew Hall. Okay, Medford Community Development Board will conduct a meeting tonight via Zoom relative to an amendment to the site plan submitted by Brian Sarthar, Brian, for the construction of a new 22,025 square foot beer hall, 142 Mystic Avenue. Petitioner has submitted a modified site plan for the review of the board with additional design details and accommodating for the changes conditioned by the board at the October 26th, 22 hearing. So, would the applicant team like to present and let us know where we're at? I guess I should, before I do that, turn that over to you. We have some members who were not, I think, on the board at the time that the beer hall first appeared before us. So as background, we gave an approval to the site plan. There were conditions. It was a conditional approval or approval with conditions. And then it was an unusual step in that we had a list of items that we asked the applicant to return to advise the board about these. I think there were 9 items. So yes, we envisioned a return visit, and this is the first of the return visits.
Kyle's going to be presenting tonight. Kyle, you there?
Yeah,
I'm
there.
if you could, okay.
I share my screen.
Should be all set.
Okay. So I'm going to make this short and sweet because we've been waiting for 3 hours. So I'm going to try to go through everything as quick as possible for everybody. It's been 6 months since we last sat with this board and went through the original site plan for the Great American Beer Hall. We're happy to say we've made a ton of progress based on your suggestions, comments from the previous meeting back in October. Over the last 6 months, we've worked tirelessly with our architect, our civil engineering team to improve the site to its best ability. And we welcomed all your thoughts and opinions that you guys suggested on the first go around, and we appreciate those. And I think you'll be happy to see that we've made pretty much every accommodation to every suggestion made. I did want to start our presentation off by introducing financial commitment partner on this project, which is actually Mass Development, which we were able to secure funding with shortly after the New Year program became available to us, and we jumped right on it. And happy to say that the state is on board for this project, and we have a representative of Mass Development on the call tonight. She would just like to say a word or two, and basically what this beer hall could mean for the city of Medford and why they are interested in funding us in this project. Her name is Julie Cohen, and I'll let her take it from here.
Thank you, Kyle. And thank you, everyone. I'm Julie Cowan, as Kyle said, with Mass Development. My role at Mass Development is as the Vice President of Lending for the Greater Boston region. But I'm also a longtime community volunteer. And so I just want to say to you, I applaud you all for the time and commitment that you're giving to this committee. Certainly in this evening, you're diligent in your questions and your attention to the projects. And it's clear that you care about your community. I'm not going to talk to you about what Mass Development does. I'm not going to talk to you about my CV other than to say to you that the reason I'm here this evening is that my commitment to this project and my enthusiasm for it equals that of my fandom of the Boston Bruins, which are currently tied with the Florida Panthers. So in the interest of seeing the last few minutes of the game, I'm going to just zip and talk to you about the reasons that I feel and why Mass Development are embracing this project. First, I want to say to you that it's an interesting concept as a community gathering spot. Mass Development serves as the economic development finance agency and land bank for the state. And when we get involved, we hope to be there at the invitation of the community. We serve a variety of constituents, and our role is to help you to promote economic development. and to stabilize communities, to create an environment where businesses, nonprofits, municipalities not just survive, but thrive. This is an interesting concept for us in that the community gathering spot that these gentlemen have designed in the form of Great American Beer Hall, with the customers that are coming through there, they're likely to support other businesses that are in the area. And then people that might be interested in either establishing a new business or relocating a business, one may also then be attracted to the city of Medford. So we see it as one where there's a good opportunity for follow-on investment to help further your own goals within the city of Medford. The second is jobs creation. It's within our mission as a state agency to help create jobs. And we see this as a significant driver of a variety of levels, a variety of hours to accommodate the different needs and the plans for the business. That'll also it'll draw from the surrounding neighborhoods. So it'll help people that are already living there to stay there, to build their own economic strength and wealth, but also may prompt some interest in people moving into the area to get that job at Great American Beer Hall. Third is that in the presentation, it mentions right there SSBCI. This is something, as the slide tells you, that came out of ARPA. It's a significant tool for us in partnership with Stoneham Bank, which is the bank of choice for the group behind Great American Beer Hall. It allows us to partner with them in providing support for a startup business in a lending environment that can often be risk averse. So we're able to help the bank and the partners to create this business. And the fourth is when we talk about being in partnership with the community, it really is about helping you to improve your own tax base. And you're going to have a parking lot that's going to be activated into a building. I mentioned it as a community gathering spot. And by doing so, it'll be adding to your tax base. So for those reasons, we're glad to be involved. Certainly Stoneham Bank has shown a commitment to the project, and clearly the partners have as well. They've devoted their personal resources. They've invested a significant amount of money in this, but they've also, they've come to it with a unique blend of talent and experience that tells us that the project will be successful. So with that, thank you for giving me a few minutes on your very, very busy agenda, but we're really happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Go Bruins.
All right, so I'll continue off that, but as Julie mentioned, now that we have kind of our financing in place, we've been hard at work over the last 6 months doing everything we can.
I apologize, Kyle. I don't mean to interrupt you, but there's something I should, I want to make sure there's not a conflict, and I want to make sure that there's nothing precluding the approval from the board for you. So Julie Cowan is my quasi partner over at Mass Development. I work for the Secretary of Economic Development. SSBCI funding comes through my channels. And I just wanted to make sure that there's no conflict. I don't know if, David, if you're able to answer that question, but I just want to make sure that I'm not the reason that the proponent not move forward.
I would think that the most conservative thing to do is to recuse yourself from the deliberation, which is unfortunate because we always like your participation.
I just don't. I want to make sure that Kyle and Brian does not come after me if there's anything that precludes this process.
Jackie, no, thank you. We had no idea. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much.
Better to be safe. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Jackie.
All right, so without boring everybody with the review of the entire plan as it once was presented back in October, I'm just going to focus on the things that we have done to improve our plan since we last met. And as you mentioned, back in October, we were essentially given an approval with conditions and a list of those conditions that we needed to meet and come back to this board and present to you, and we have done that.
Okay.
I have the civil engineer, Michael Giuliano, on the call, and we also have the architect, Andrew Larson, on the call. So I'll just step through and try to be as quick and brief as possible. So everybody who's familiar with the site, 142 Mystic Ave, these are the satellite images of what the current use of the property is, which is essentially a tow yard and a bus yard. Basically, we've been hard at work trying to improve our site plan and improve some renderings for you guys and invest more money into this project and show you some higher quality things. I know we were a bit, under funded in the first go around, and it was kind of basic drawings and schematics. So we've invested a lot of time and energy in presenting these to you. So the building has made significant improvements. As mentioned, I have the architect on the call to answer anything specific about the building in general, but I'd like to kind of just keep things moving and step it through. And if you have questions, we can reserve those for after, and Andrew can hopefully answer those for us. It's a pre-engineered metal building. It sits on the lot just the same exact as we presented it back in October. The most improvements we feel we have made and is a lot in the material choices that we're selecting. We've introduced as much greenery as possible. A lot of the things you're seeing out here are live hop walls grown on vines, which we think are really cool. It ties into the beer hall aesthetic, and it adds some greenery to the outside. We've also proposing a green screen on the side of the building facing the parking lot. But I think this is probably the most telling of all. So this is an overlay rendering of the existing site. To the south, you could see the Atlas Liquors building there, and to the north is 132 Mystic Ave or 131 Mystic Ave. So the building sits on the southern side of the property. You can see the whole building there, 22,000 square feet. Basically, we have our parking lot on the left side here. This is the landscape that we've introduced. This is all on the landscape plan, on the civil plan. I'm just showing you kind of the aerial rendering to try to put it all in perspective. Parking lot over here, our EV spaces are located still here on the side. We've introduced a crosswalk to the building from the parking lot. We've introduced crosswalks at all points coming from Mystic Ave into our property. We have our parking lot in the front, our landscape buffer on Mystic Ave. We have our pedestrian sidewalks coming off Mystic Ave and coming into the property. We have our pedestrian sidewalks going along the building and entering our building. We have our little roof deck out here and our patio. We tried to shield it with as much green as possible. We've consulted with the department necessary, the fire department, for the fire truck access. We've consulted with the traffic department and Director Blake. So we've done the best we can with this, and we feel like we've accommodated everything that you guys are looking for and have severely improved the site from what it once was. So I'm going to go next to the more detailed plans. That was just kind of the pretty pictures, but let me get down to landscape plan. So this is just our planting plan and our landscape plan. This was done by a landscape architect from Gregory Lombardi Design. Basically, he spec'd various plants and listed them all here. This is included in the package we submitted to the board. So all these trees and shrubs and ground cover and grasses were selected by this group. Essentially, we have our landscape buffer going around the whole front and around the side as much as possible, and along the beer garden patio in the front, and then on the perimeter where we can around the main parking lot. So that's the landscape plan. The site civil plan, as I said, civil engineer Michael Giuliano's on the call. He's been working closely with the city on getting this thing where it needs to be. He's also been in talks with the fire department to ensure that we have what we need to get the fire truck in and out. So all that has been detailed here. It's provided to the plan, to the planning board in the packet that we gave you. Forgive me if it's a little blurry here when I zoom in, but it has everything detailed, the crosswalk. It has your sidewalks, your ADA ramp access. It has everything listed there, including stormwater, drainage, utility, all that. Also included in their plan, this is the fire truck turnaround. So this is for the Medford Force T-Rad fire truck turning plan. This was in consultation with the fire department. The fire truck can access the property on three sides, can come in through, park in the parking lot in the front, approach the building from the side, and reach the building from the rear. We have letter of endorsement from the fire chief as well. So basically the things that you guys asked for and the approval with conditions, I'll just run through that list quick, but I just wanted to give you that quick overview of where we're at with our plan. A few things that we addressed here. So first was the applicant needed to improve pedestrian access with concrete sidewalks. at the site entrance on Mystic Ave. We believe we have done that. We also included the curbing along Mystic Ave and the entrance to be vertical granite curbing. You asked that we replace all sidewalks and drive opening with new concrete along the entire property frontage. We've done that everywhere except for the curb cut. Second thing, applicant to provide new ADA compliant pedestrian sidewalk within the site to main entrance to the building. We have done that. It's in the plan. The site shall be designed with ADA compliant sidewalks and parking spaces required by law. So we did just that. The third thing you guys asked for, applicant to improve the landscape buffer along the Mystic Ave frontage to include 9.5 feet. We have done just exactly 9.5 feet. Applicant to increase the project gross landscape area to at least 9,000 square feet. We are at 9,500 square feet. Applicant to increase the total landscape and open space area to at least 13,400 square feet. We are at 13,700 square feet. Applicant to include planting edges along at least 80 feet of the southeasterly property line, currently abutting Atlas Liquors. This was actually suggested against by the fire chief, and his letter is provided. He wanted more fire access to the site and doesn't believe that those plants are appropriate, in the sense that if he needs to get around the building, he doesn't want those there. So we deferred to him on that. Next thing, applicant.
Hold on a second. Can I stop you on that one? Because I thought I saw a recommendation. It was the size of there were trees in the way and it should be bushes instead. Like, can you show us what that is? And
Yeah, so essentially, yeah, he didn't want the tall hedges. So
we still have the green space and small hedges. He didn't want anything
smaller.
tall.
Yeah, he didn't want arborvitaes. He didn't want anything too tall. So we just still green space, but smaller plants.
Can we see where
If you go to the landscape plan, yeah, see,
sorry,
go up one. If you scroll down, yeah, so just along the Atlas Liquor line, he didn't want any tall trees there, so we just have small shrubs.
All along here. Something we weren't against at all doing for you, but it was something that the fire chief did point out.
Yes. And what was the concern? I know it's not your
So
concern.
yeah, so he has for access on that side of the building. He's driving in Atlas Liquors, and he didn't want tall trees in the way if he needs to put out a fire on the side of the building. So his request was just small, 2-foot bushes on that side.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, sorry, I lost my thought. Okay, applicant to include a landscape buffer zone around the main parking lot. This is where I think Brian can speak to this. This is in regards to the adjacent lot to the northern side of the property.
So it's the same landlord that owns 142 Mystic owns 134 Mystic, and the 134 Mystic is a very tight and narrow driveway off of Mystic Ave, and it's a long lot. So in reference to future development, the ask is that there may be shared parking at 142 Mystic when 134 Mystic is developed.
So that would be the one area in which we are looking relief from this board. That's one area that we've looked at, and we believe that's the one area we're looking for relief.
And so we did feel like it was necessary to do something in lieu of that. So we actually put pickleball courts in off of the, Kyle, if you want to go towards the beer garden. So right here, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. 2 pickleball courts in, open to the public.
So I'll move on and we can go back to that.
Yeah, we should go back to that because I'm not sure that you need to leave everything open to have shared parking, but
yeah, we can go back to that. All right, so the next thing, bike rack of at least 15 feet in length. We have done that. You can kind of see it. It's blurry in the image here, but it is listed on the civil engineering plan as well, but it's right here. Applicant to include 2 loading bays at the rear. That is included. It's again more detailed on the civil plan. You can see it, and they are clearly labeled. Next is Applicant to include provisions for running electrical conduit for future electric vehicle parking for at least 7 parking spots. We have it on the landscape plan in the civil plan, all labeled for EV. Next one, applicant to provide a phase.
Just to be clear, that conduit will be run?
Yes, correct.
Yep.
Yeah, we're actually we found a grant program where we're actually gonna be, our plan is to have them open on opening day. So.
Super.
Yeah, so that's on the civil plan. You'll see the conduit. Applicant to provide a phase plan for inclusion of fully functioning electrical vehicle parking, the Office Planning and Development Sustainability. We have already hired a power management company. We are in that process right now. And as Brian said, we are hopeful that we'd have it even operational by opening day. Okay, so next is the applicant to include parking lot lighting and outdoor lighting in accordance with Medford City Ordinance. We provided the Omni Beer Hall site plan, which is outdoor parking lot lighting in accordance with the Medford City Ordinance. We provided a full lighting plan.
It's actually on slide 30. It's not, I mean, if you want to show it, but.
Yeah, it's in the packet that was sent to the board, but I'm capped out at 25 here, Brian.
Okay, all right.
But there is
share the screen out there. We can come back to that if you want.
Yeah. Applicant to include permeable pavers for the outdoor beer garden patio. Permeable pavers are included on our plan in the outdoor beer garden. Applicant to include an appropriate barrier around the perimeter of the beer garden patio. Applicant to use an industry standard of planters and guardrails that is compliant with the applicant's liquor license. So if you can kind of see, it's in here. We're working with the architects on how to make this as visually appealing and visually, aesthetic as possible. So we can go into that a little bit more if you want more detail in our architects on the call to discuss options, but that is our plan. Applicant to provide ADA compliant pathways from the parking lot to the building. We have done that. Please see the civil engineering plan. Applicant to include trees and plantings per the landscape requirements listed in City Ordinance 6.3. The landscape plan was created in August. The new landscape plan that you're seeing before you tonight is in accordance with Ordinance 6.3. And then the only concession we had to make was that one small one with the fire chief on that side facing Atlas Liquor.
So maybe we can stop right there just to make sure we're streamlined in how no one wants to stay longer than we need to. What you just went through are the conditions to the approval of the site plan. So you're reciting the fact that almost all of these you have reflected on the plans and all that kind of good stuff.
Right.
I just want to say from the board's perspective at this point, unless city staff tells me otherwise, that it's in the city's hands. I don't think that the board itself is determining whether the pedestrian sidewalk is ADA compliant. So we're relying that the condition still applies, appreciating you're saying, yeah, we've got it on the plans and we're on board. But I feel like
Michael Giuliano, who's on the call, can speak to that. I mean, we wouldn't get a building permit if we were not ADA or ADA compliant.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that those conditions are applying. Okay. So obviously you can't get the permit until the things are squared away, but
of course
that's fine. We're not really going to get approval on that. So that we have the green border issue, which we can talk about at the end if you want to keep going on your list. And then the patio with the permeable pavers. And I remember, Emily, this was perhaps one that you raised, but maybe I'm mislabeling. What's the scoop on the patio? How much is the hardscape that's impermeable? How much is permeable?
Andrew, you on the call? Can you speak to that for square footages?
Yeah, can you go to the landscape plan that you had your landscape architect prepare?
Sure. Andrew is our architect from Vision 3 Architects.
Oh no, I think it was actually Michael's latest site plan had the differentiation between. I thought it was on one of those plans. Either way, it's proposed to be about 60% hardscape and 40% permeable pavers, roughly.
Is that just for the beer garden patio, or is that for all the parking area as well? Because I think the comment was about the parking area as well. I don't have the notes in front of me, but you guys might have them as the applicant.
The parking area is asphalt.
Yeah,
The
we never-
beer garden is the permeable pavers and the poured concrete mix.
Yeah, Emily, in fairness, just looking at the conditions, or at least what is reflected, in the record, it's just for the outdoor beer garden patio.
Okay, great. Thank you for checking. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that's a great change. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, are you okay if I continue, or do you want to?
I am. Yep, we've got the landscaping between the two properties, but otherwise, I think now you're going to move to the rest of the list, which are the items that you were going to come back and inform us about.
Yeah, so the next thing was applicant to evaluate, reassess, and report on traffic circulation, public access, and pedestrian circulation. There's reassessment is not limited to, but shall include concerns about people crossing the parking lot, vehicle access, and inclusion of tighter radius curb edging. So this was all done with, we hired a third-party traffic engineer, and we've attached that letter and made adjustments to the site plan based on some of the information from that traffic study. We've also been in close contact and working with Director Blake on these issues. And I think if you have any questions regarding any of that, we can go through it more, but I believe we've reached, from what I understand, a satisfactory condition on the site. The site circulation aisle provides a 24-foot drive aisle, which is sufficient to accommodate two-way traffic flow throughout the site and accommodate turning maneuvers to and from perpendicular parking. The proposed pedestrian accommodations, including sidewalk internal to the site and designated pedestrian crossing areas, will provide for safe pedestrian connectivity between the proposed building and the parking field serving this project. The loading dock and the dumpster area has been located in an area to minimize the potential for conflicts between pedestrian and vehicular traffic and loading activities for this project as well. So we feel like we've satisfied that. Those are direct quotes from Sean Kelly, who's of Vanassi and Associates, who did our traffic survey. And I believe we could, which leads us into the next thing, which is the applicant to work with the city director of traffic and transportation to maintain existing bus access. This is
before we leave the first of the items, do we have input from the city, Amanda or others, on traffic? Where we've got fire truck modeling and all sorts of other stuff. The fire department doesn't like the shrubs. Have they weighed in on these items?
If I may, we provided a memo. It did come in late, but we tried to organize what was before you tonight, the various conditions outlined under the second condition of the decision from the last meeting they were here, and whether we found them to be met. And there's some narrative of discussions with Director Blake, who I believe was on this call. It looks like he's still here, but we had numerous discussions with him. I personally didn't have any more discussions with the fire department. Is Alicia here, or Amanda? Were there any other concerns that we were made aware of?
By fire department?
Yeah, I knew about the shrubs or the tree issues on that side of the building, but I don't think there was anything else that would have affected the site plan.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah, we didn't hear on any other items from fire department.
Would it be helpful to just step through like each of the conditions that they asked to have change, and that we, since we organized our thoughts on this?
Because a lot of this was working with Brian, significantly, and meeting to find what would work for the site and what would be aligned with the goals and the purposes of the conditions and the standards of the ordinance.
Right.
Sorry, I'm very tired at this point. I don't think I can even talk coherently.
Yeah.
So,
But if we want to pull up the memo, which has
we can
organized
step
thoughts and
through,
what we
right.
thought.
Well, let me articulate what the concern is, and then maybe you can see how to best address it. The first set of items, those are all conditions that we considered. And I think we can probably weigh in on, for instance, whether we want to make a waiver or an amendment on the landscape between the two properties. Some of these other things were a bit more open-ended. Work with the city on this, address traffic flow. If this site plan went to the city departments and we got input and the approval was based on the input, and now there's new information that's showing up and we don't have the input of the city departments, then we're missing a step.
So, right, so that clarifies it. So the item A, applicant to evaluate, reassess, report on traffic circulation, et cetera, that the applicant met with us, they met with the traffic department, they met with everybody several times, they met with the building commissioner. They provided supplementary materials addressing the site circulation and access and the landscaping. And they were presenting those tonight, but we feel that that condition was addressed, that they met with everybody and that they met what was needed. Is that the item that you're asking about?
Yeah, that's the
And
first
then there
item.
was, so the next one was that the applicant must work with the director of traffic and transportation to maintain existing bus access. We felt that that was completed. They did that. He's satisfied.
Let me go back to the first one, because there
Okay.
was a level of questioning from the board members about the traffic flow, one-way, two-way, angle parking, not angle parking. So I think we probably do need a little bit more in terms of what did they look at and what is the traffic flow going to be now versus what it was before.
So the original proposal was 2 ways throughout the entire site. And they went back to their traffic engineers. It wasn't quite what we asked because we explored it and they say it works. We're like, well, that wasn't exactly what the condition was. We don't want the 2-way. We want to simplify the circulation. So they, listened to what we had to say and came back with, it's 1 way through the actual parking lot aisle.
Well, I don't know. We haven't heard that.
No,
So
we're telling you.
We're telling us this is what we
Can
came up
can
with. It's going to be,
applicant?
Yeah, I can
condition
speak.
Okay.
I can speak
that
to
we're
this. So,
recommending in our memo.
yeah, so David, I met with Marianne O'Connor talking about demolition. I met with the fire chief to talk about the return access. I actually took all these meetings on my own. We don't have really the funds in the budget for an attorney or an engineer to do it. So I took it upon myself. So I handed it in. I met with Vanessa and Associates. I talked about the issues that came up in the board. And the big thing that came up was the truck delivery access in and out. So on the loading dock, they're going to back in and then they're going to need to take a left to go out through that main aisle. I can't have delivery trucks going straight to where that parking is and then going and then making that turn. It just, the turn access doesn't work as good as that main aisle. So I met with Alicia, Danielle, Amanda, and I proposed this idea of 1 way in that parking lot. So when you take that left, you can't come back out the way you came in. You have to go towards Mystic Ave. And that's something I submitted after the fact, after our meeting, after this was done. And so
Sure. So is there just a little visual so the board members can see that?
you know what? I did make something. Let me see if I can find it. I know, Amanda, you probably have it too, but I'm going to go through our emails.
The one on the screen is demonstrating why the trucks need to be able to go in the main aisle 2-way.
That's
So
not
that
it.
they can't go, they can't go through the parking. So the main aisle there needs to be 2-way. And you can see that because of the truck turning. But if a vehicle were to drive down that and turn into, do you have one that shows the arrows in the parking lot? Is that what you're looking for?
I made it and I sent it over after our meeting. Let me see if I can find it.
I just
Okay.
found the file so I
Did you?
can share
Alright.
screen. If I just pull it up.
Thank you, Amanda.
Mhm. Okay, so if we pull this here, and then Kyle, would you mind stopping your share?
Sure.
Thank you. And we're gonna do this. Let me make it a little bigger. This is what you were referring to, right?
Yeah,
Brian?
exactly. Yeah. So the blue line is the truck turn access, and that red line is the one-way traffic of how, our customers would access the in and out.
So basically, to clarify, any non-delivery vehicle
Yeah,
would come
yes.
in, could shoot down, take a left through here. This is all going to be one way, come back out. Delivery vehicles follow the blue line, so they'd have to back in and then, back out again. And
our
I guess,
deliveries, our deliveries are not when we're open either. They're in the morning. So no customers.
and so part of what we outlined in our memo is that part of the mitigation for that, and something that the applicant has agreed to, is this crosswalk here, which goes to the main entrance of the building. And we ran this by Todd. This is to be a raised crosswalk. So bit of a traffic calming measure, slow people down on the way in and out, and make it very clear that this is a point of access to the building.
Okay, is the memo something that came out like right before the meeting or?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes. So if it's at all helpful, I'm happy to throw the memo on the screen. And just because sometimes I know it's helpful to see like things written down, and we can go through one by one and kind of talk about from PDS's perspective, the logic behind certain recommendations that we make that speak to each of the conditions that were meant to be presented at this meeting.
okay.
And as Amanda's doing that, I thought it would be helpful to share. So some of the stuff that Danielle's bringing us experience from other boards is that she's found it to be much more efficient in working in other communities where the staff prepare a memo with information about concerns and recommendations that in normal times we would provide to the board several days in advance with your packet. But in this case, frankly, we've been too swamped and behind. And as we were trying to prepare for this meeting, realized that this is the perfect example of when I had said to them, once we're fully staffed, it would be good to start doing these memos. But we realized that this project was the level of complication that was the perfect example of why we should be doing these memos. So we apologize that it was so late in coming.
Well, so in fairness, and this is probably super valuable for us. Should we just continue this for next week so we have time to consider the memo? I mean,
it's really important to this applicant to move things along fairly quickly, so we'd rather step you through it.
Yeah, we were willing to read it tonight, but we knew that the meeting would be long, and if we wanted to organize our thoughts and keep it, on track to discuss the things that needed to be discussed, make the findings that need to be found, get all the waivers that need to be made, to button it all up. So we are happy to walk through this. We don't want to belabor us preparing a memo wasn't meant to delay the hearing.
no, but it might have the information that we need so that we could relatively quickly get comfortable with what's being presented. And so
It's
Can I
more important
ask
for
other-
us that
What?
if it's up to the applicant, it'd be more important for us to, move forward with this project tonight. I don't mind.
I don't mind
staying here all
waiting.
night if
We've
we
already
have to.
waited 3 hours. We can go through each piece.
The board members want to weigh in on that issue, so I'm not,
I mean, it feels like a repeat from last meeting with you guys. I mean, it sounds like this is a great project. It's 10-12. Why not make it 11-12? Let's just do it.
Yeah. I mean, it's
But
not,
I
it's
but I
nothing-
do,
I don't
hey,
think it's any fault of
but
our
I do
own.
want to reiterate to the applicant that the time pressure you keep putting on us is just straight up disrespectful. So like, let's
Well,
quiet
Emily, if you're
that
going to be
and let's move
respectful
on.
of time, we've been here for 3 hours and you're going to tell us that we have to wait another week. And that's to no
Kyle?
fault of our own. We've prepared all our documents. We've spent 6 months.
Kyle, I'm the one that's saying let's do it.
Thanks, Emily.
Thanks, Brian.
any other board member have a thought on this? I just assume continue it because I'd like to consider the information and we have a meeting scheduled for next week. Emily's willing to go forward. I'll go forward if the majority wants to do that.
I have no problem going forward if we can do that quickly. If it's going to take a while, I'd rather continue. But I mean, it looks to me like this memo is only 3 pages. If we can go through those 3 pages relatively quickly and then get an understanding, that would be my preference.
Okay, thank you. Claes, you got 2 cents for us? No, it's okay.
Not especially yet.
Okay, that's cool. Ari?
I won't be here next week, so.
I'm game to try. I'm definitely starting to fade. But
Okay,
let's give it a shot.
all right, let's give it a shot.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna take the lead, and then Danielle or Alicia, please feel free to step in if I'm botching it. You all can see my screen, correct?
Yes, thank you, Amanda.
Yeah. So first, just to reiterate, in our decision, or the board's decision from October, there was a list of conditions at the top that was like hard set, in concrete conditions for the project, and then there were a list at the bottom that folks are going to come back and present on. So these are referring to those with one exception. So the first being to evaluate, reassess, report on circulation, public access, and all of that. And so we started talking about that here. We feel that, and there are other parts which we'll get to that kind of speak to this. But so we've discussed here that this alternate proposal for the circulation is addressing the concerns that the board had raised, in our opinion, that there's mitigation for the two-way traffic, and that the two-way traffic lane and the central lane there is serving a reason or has a purpose, which is to allow for appropriate turn radiuses for delivery of vehicles. Other elements of that have to do with landscaping, which we're going to cover in a later condition. So I'll pause there. Any questions?
Okay, so the plan with the two-way in the front and the one-way in the larger lot is something that will be reflected in their plans and the city will enforce in terms of signage and that kind of stuff that would go along with that.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Letter B, applicant to work with the traffic and transportation director to maintain existing bus access. We feel that this was addressed. The bus stop, I think, is somewhere over here. Yep, install bus stop sign here. And there is another stop on the other side, which we will get to how we feel that this proposal actually expands access to that in a different letter. Pause. Any questions?
Okay.
Letter C, applicant to demonstrate how the public accesses the site from the existing bus stop. So this is kind of similar vein. They have agreed to a proposal, which we'll describe in a lower letter, which helps improve the accessibility to the site because it involves this crosswalk. And so as a result, we feel that this condition is sufficiently addressed. So we'll get a little bit more into that a little later down. Pause. Any questions? Nope. Okay. Letter D, applicant to provide a planting and landscaping plan that meets the appropriate ordinance standards. So on this one, the applicant, actually, it's not on this plan, so I'm going to stop sharing screen. If someone has handy, there's a landscaping plan, Brian, that you provided today that has some additional landscaping, basically tree wells. There's about 4 of them, and they take up about like 4 parking spots worth of.
Want me to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1 sec. Let me just find it.
And Amanda, can you please make that memo available in our, or tell me where to find it on our?
Sure. It's it should be in the meeting materials folder now. And if it's not, then I'm happy to give a link to this Google document version, which has all the same stuff in it.
David, it's under
You emailed it.
Beer Hall in the top folder of that. I had to look around for it too. So
Sorry to make you dig.
No.
Yeah. So yeah, this is the. I just wanted to show that I know there's the rule where you need to have a tree shade every 10 parking spaces. So this is the proposal.
PDS memo. Okay.
Great. So if you take a look here, there's this provision in the zoning that requires a certain amount of interior landscaping for within a parking lot. And so we did some of the math, and these 4 additional wells here that you see along the northern edge of the property are additions that we feel will meet that requirement. And with trees, et cetera, the idea being that that kind of creates a little bit more of a visual buffer between the properties without obstructing the potential for shared parking in the future with the adjacent site. Let me just take a look at my notes here.
Amanda, can you just walk me through again the 4 green squares in the top?
Yes. So these additional spots here are to help comply with the zoning landscaping requirements and to provide a bit of a visual buffer between this property and the adjacent property.
And what's going to go in those?
I think we discussed like tree wells.
Trees, yeah.
So Brian, I'm imagining, did you just like Photoshop those greens?
I did. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So basically this is illustrating what we will be conditioning.
Yeah.
Which will, we have to have the language in the recommended condition. So we're going to want trees. So the number of trees will be in excess of what is required.
Yep.
So there'll be a tree in each one of those?
There'll be a tree in each one of those green, green spaces.
And they'll be like the trees that are lining the kind of the
same
split
trees that are
lot?
Exactly, yeah.
Does the applicant have flexibility to decrease the size of those green areas if the trees they're putting don't require that much space?
You say decrease the size of the green?
Yeah, decrease the size of the green and like kind of readjust the parking spaces.
I don't think we do. Just
Okay.
with yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a minimum kind of like floor area, almost like space requirement for landscaping within interior parking spaces.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the background.
And then there's rules about how many interior parking spaces can be in a row without being interrupted by an interior island landscape.
Okay.
And then also of note here, kind of again to sort of, because there's not this landscaping buffer on the edge here, another concession that the project has made has been to put 2 pickleball courts, so striping for 2 courts in the parking that's in front of the building along Mystic Ave. which our office thinks is a really great use of the space, having that flex space there, better than having just parking. And there is actually a very strong desire and enthusiasm for pickleball in the city.
How does one do that? Don't the nets have to be there?
Yeah, we'll have, so it's as long as we don't have that parking demand for that space, which like during the week, we don't anticipate it at all. Probably on the weekends, but yeah, we're going to provide the nets and we're going to provide, the lines. And it's open to the public. Given the current conditions of Mystic Ave, I can't imagine there's anywhere that's open for pickleball. So.
Yeah, and I think one of the nice things about pickleball is there are a lot of mobile nets and like equipment so that can be moved in and out. And this is actually how the existing pickleball courts function on city property.
Yeah, I like this. Is there any issue with like this being right up against Mystic with like stray pickleballs going into?
I think we have
street?
enough we have enough buffer
Okay.
with the landscape. If you can, I mean, we can zoom in on it, but no, I don't think that's going to be an issue. If it is, we'll do some sort of netting.
Yeah, it looks like the director of traffic just had the same question.
Okay.
But it sounds like he's satisfied with the answer. I think this is cool. We had residents just ask about pickleball courts with some tennis courts that Tufts was redoing. So this is great.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to keep moving if folks are okay.
Yep. So
letter E, applicant to provide. Oh, I'm sorry. I should back up and say that there was as a part of one of the concrete conditions in the decision, which is labeled 1G in the decision, if you're looking at that. There was language saying, or a condition saying, applicant to include a landscape buffer zone around the main parking lot. And so this is a request from the applicant.
Just to be fair, that is a requirement in the ordinance.
Yes. So, I'm sorry, I believe that's the case. And I also believe that the board has the ability, if they so choose, to waive that requirement. So
I could weigh in and give you more information here on the line if you'd like, if it helps. It's tight. It's so tight right now. There's the driveway aisle of 134 and 142 Mystic, and it's just a really narrow, long site. And so that the landlords want to be able to use some of the parking at 142 Mystic to develop 134 Mystic. And I'll just give you an example. There's this building in Woburn. It's one of the Cummings buildings, and it's a long, narrow lot similar to what we have. And they divided it up into these nice, pretty cool retail use buildings. And so that's one of the ideas that's been kicked around. And I'll just show you right here. I just put this together, but if we were to do something like that, like this row would be, that shared parking for the 134 Mystic redevelopment. We'd be looking for, rock climbing gyms, golf simulators, a coffee shop, gyms and yoga studios. That's the vision behind 134 Mystic in the ask for shared park.
If I may, through the chair, Brian, the site plans indicate that there's a retaining wall there.
Yep.
The grade difference.
Sure.
How I'm trying to figure out how this shared parking was going to work. Was it just people would park there and then walk?
No.
over,
Let
or
me explain.
Somehow,
Yeah.
how are
So
they navigating this grade difference?
yeah. So the picture in the middle is the difference in grade between 134 Mystic and 142 Mystic. The picture on the right is the grade between the Verizon building and 134 Mystic. So any redevelopment is going to require that building to be demoed and something new to rebuild. And so when that happens, we would raise the grade up. It's like 134 Mystic is like sunk below the Verizon building and below 142 Mystic, just for whatever reason. It's just been like that forever. And so we would raise the grade to be equal to 142 Mystic to be able to use that shared park.
Okay. Any other questions before we
Yeah,
keep
I
moving?
just don't, if you go to redevelop it, you could just open it up. I don't.
What do you mean? So I'll show you that. It's a long, like narrow site. So the thought is to build another building sort of like like what we have with the beer hall facing each other.
Yeah, no, that's great. Sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know why the green landscaping is an obstacle to doing that.
Because we don't, right now, the driveway aisle, right, is right here. It's so tight on the current building. So to get to the back of 134 Mystic, this is the line right here. So we don't have like the square footage to have the parking and a landscape buffer. Like I can't take it from 134 Mystic because the driveway aisle is too tight. And then I can't take it from 142 Mystic because we wouldn't have enough room for the parking.
And if it's helpful to add, the drive aisle on the Mystic, the 142 Mystic Ave site, in the parking lot needs to be a certain width, for it to be safe. And there's recommendations about what that width should be. And this currently meets it. And I believe when we talked to Director Blake about narrowing that width, it's feasible, but not recommended, especially for this kind of a use.
Yeah, we did push to see how narrow we could get that, and we understood the reasoning for why it needs to be that wide, and taking it from Director Blake of, safe maneuvering, and that it could cause conflicts if people had to take so many different turns to back out of their spaces. So as staff, we couldn't see how conceivably they could put a meaningful landscaping buffer in between the two sites. And, we don't, we never want to see somebody doing something to their site that would preclude future development and, having to like rip out trees or something. So I wouldn't want the adjacent site to somehow be stymied from developing in a way because of, some trees that we'd want to save on the other side that were planted in the wrong spot or something like that. But that's staff's perspective on that.
That makes sense to me. It would be nice to have green space here, but taking into account the practicality of the two sites, and I know we're really just talking about this one site, but ignoring what's happening on the other side of the fence, it sounds like we can't fit it on this site. We do have green space between the other row of parking and the main drive aisle, so that's nice. And I don't think that this should be what stops us from moving this project forward.
Yeah,
so I'm fine without it.
Yeah, I would concur with that. I think this would be nice to have if you could fit it, but I don't see it as a reason to hold up the whole thing. At least not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Y'all comfortable if I keep moving?
Keep going.
All right. So letter E was applicant is to provide detailed exhibits of the proposed building designs, which they have. So we feel that that's completed. In the planting plan, letter F, applicant is to prioritize native species and plants with lower water needs. And the staff recommend, our staff recommend that the board just retain this as part of a condition in the as a condition in the decision. So for when the applicant gets to that stage, they can comply. And I see a hand raised by Director Blake.
Hey, thank you. I just wanted to clarify because I don't recall stating that if the parking drive out is a one-way, then if you have a one-way parking aisle, you could switch from perpendicular 90-degree parking to angled parking. And when you have angled parking, you could narrow drive aisle in general parking dimension design. In case that's informative to anyone.
It was important to the landlord that we keep it open and it be this style parking. If you go to like Assembly Row and you see like how they do parking over there, it's not typically angled parking.
I'm sorry, I just got to jump in here. Like, this is not the Wild West. Like, you get a parking engineer, you figure this stuff out, it's possible. It is definitely possible. Director Blake just said it. I've been thinking it since the beginning. You have you do a cross-sectional diagram of this and you get a traffic engineer or a site engineer and you figure this out and you do it. We've asked you so many times, and I'm at a loss personally. You don't park against property lines. It's just not good design.
Michael, do you want to weigh in? Or
Yeah, Mike Giuliano with Eagle Brook. I mean, we can look at it to see if we can angle that. And certainly it is possible. And obviously the parking spaces become longer because right now they're 9 by 18. So once you angle them, they'll be 20 or 22 feet in length. And I can see what that dimension, see what we can do to, increase the amount of space between the property line and edge of parking.
Okay. So they'll take a look at that. Amanda, do you want to continue?
Sure thing. Letter G, applicant to explore the use of a one-way vehicular loop and angled parking through the site. So this is relevant to what we were all just talking about.
Yep, there we go.
Yep. And I think we've explained the one-way vehicular loop piece so that it's not so viable for the central drive aisle, but the applicant has proposed it for the parking lot.
Understood.
And yes, just mentioned the angled parking as to be explored. Letter H, applicant to work with the City Director of Traffic and Transportation in determining which mitigations outlined in the letter dated October 20th, 2022 are to be included in the final project. So the applicant has been in conversation with Director Blake regarding which of the offsite mitigation items, as outlined in the letter, are to be included. Director Blake, and he can speak for himself, but our understanding is that he maintains the mitigation options of his letter as they're outlined, and they are based on the project size and estimated traffic impact. And he recommends that the applicant include several mitigation items subject to MassDOT approval or reasonable alternatives, which are outlined in his letter. The applicant has communicated to us that the budget and timeline for their project is very tight and is concerned that pursuing the MassDOT mitigation items will detrimentally impact the project timeline. And as an alternative, the applicant proposed to commit to the provision of radar feedback signs, which is one of the items labeled in Director Blake's letter 2I. But asserted that additional offsite mitigation would not be financially feasible. After reviewing mitigation for neighboring projects, it was, and this is somewhat new news, it was confirmed that actually radar feedback signs are going to be placed on Mystic Ave by an adjacent site, 162 Mystic Ave Theory Wellness. And so it doesn't make sense to include them again. In consulting with Director Blake, staff determined that a potential equivalent option that would not require MassDOT approval would be to provide painted bump outs on the side streets in the vicinity of the project. And that's labeled as item 2I in Director Blake's letter. After discussing mitigations options with Director Blake and the applicant and confirming project constraints with Stoneham Bank, the lender, or one of the lenders, PDS suggests that there be an alternate proposal for consideration and that this be, so currently there is a lane merge located on Mystic Ave, basically by the proposed driveway entrance. And that could create some potential conflict, some vehicles kind of driving along Mystic Ave, as well as people entering and exiting the site. And so described as item 1A in Director Blake's letter, shifting the lane merge and moving the crosswalk that exists there to an appropriate corresponding location would help address this potential conflict and better support pedestrian safety when crossing Mystic Ave. PDS feels that addressing this piece of it, the lane merge and the crosswalk, are the more critical mitigation items, and recommends that the board consider including a condition requiring the applicant to first pursue this mitigation measure with MassDOT, which would require the submittal of a professionally prepared plan to MassDOT by a specific date. City staff would also help facilitate and connect the applicant to MassDOT. And if they hear back from MassDOT in the affirmative, they would be responsible for furnishing those improvements. However, if MassDOT does not approve of the proposed mitigation, so that lane merge movement, or is unresponsive to the proposal by the time that the applicant is applying for a certificate of occupancy, the applicant would be responsible only for providing the painted bump outs. So mitigation item 2I. I'm going to pause for a second because I feel like that's a lot. Are people clear on what I'm articulating?
The ever dedicated Director Blake, it looks like he's still on the line, hanging in there. Can we hear from our most dedicated colleague?
Sure.
How are you feeling about all this?
So I think, as Amanda had mentioned, I will take my narrow view of traffic only, no reflection on the type of use or how cool that may be. So in regards to traffic alone, which is my role for the city, the letter, after reading the study and the trip generation and potential traffic impacts, I believe my memo with recommendations is in line with, consistent with the size and proportion related to potential impacts as other previous projects, such as 162 Dairy Wellness, Mystic Ave Dairy Wellness, or Raising Cane that was on earlier, or any other similar projects. So, yeah, I do agree, though, the RFB should be taken off the menu because it is being covered by 162 Mystic Ave.
Could you get comfortable with the recommendations from PDS? I know it's not an ideal, and
it's a good question. I was trying to take my narrow view of traffic only, and again, being consistent so that to this project or any other project before or after, it doesn't seem favorable, unfavorable in any way, and unfair. And also my duty, I feel, to the neighboring community who, points out any safety or traffic related things. So I guess I'll just reiterate my position on keeping the memo as is.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions on sort of what PDS outlined? Because I know it was sort of a lot.
Let's see if I've got it straight. It sounds like, Director Blake has his recommendations from his memo, and PDS is trying to forge kind of a compromise, if you will, prioritizing measures, but trying to understand the budget that's involved from the applicant's point of view. And so the best item would be the one that would include DOT sign off. If you can get it, you can get it. And if not, you go to the next most impactful mitigation step from PDS's point of view. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Or that's my understanding.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would just try to clarify whether the board deems going with what I had suggested or planning, which is obviously in your purview. Whichever it is, I just wanted to clarify that there seems to be some misunderstanding about, at least the way I write stuff, proposing to MassDOT and something being no fault of the owner of the project. The intent is to provide a good faith effort of providing a plan that shows whatever that is and going through that process and not necessarily not doing that, which then therefore they deny something. So.
Yeah, Todd, I wanted to meet with you as soon as possible to go over the process, just so I understand it better, and get our traffic engineer to draw the plan and just walk me through how it works with Mass DOT. I think that's making a really good effort, like right away. I don't want to wait till the very end to do this. I want to do it now.
Yeah. Did you have VAI prepare the study? I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah,
if you
I had Vanessa and
did, if you did
Associates,
use Vanessa, they're very familiar with MassDOT process and have submitted to MassDOT for this very, similar process, not same items, but similar process for 61 Locust Street and some other projects.
Okay.
So they know how to go about doing that.
Okay. I'd still appreciate your input on it.
Okay. So that sounds like one where we have to make a decision, but do you have more on the list, Amanda, to summarize for us?
I think those are all of the items, and just taking a note here. And I think just to give a little bit of logic behind our thinking for that final recommendation. So shifting the lane merge and the crosswalk, we feel is one of the priority items. And so making that good faith effort to MassDOT feels like it ought to be, one of the pieces that come out of this. But I think to add some assurance or, mitigate some of the risk to the project on that, we've added this timeline of, to submit and then to hear back before certificate of occupancy. And in the event that does not work, that there's this alternate plan that still provides the city with some mitigation for the site. And I'll just mention that if we get to a point where, or the project gets to a point where maybe they've heard back from MassDOT in the affirmative and they start working on the mitigation, if it's not completed by the certificate of occupancy, the board could also include some language if they so chose to either allow for maybe a temporary C of O until that work is complete, or to continue through with it so long as the work is started. And I think unless Danielle or Alicia have any other pieces they want to add, that might be it.
Sounds like that's it.
Okay, so where does that leave us? We've got some open items. So we still have the issue of the angled parking and what's going to happen on the border over there. And we have this question that you've presented about the PDS recommendation on the mitigation, traffic steps. Traffic mitigation.
If I may.
Oh, please. I'm just trying to identify any open items.
Yeah, so on our prep document, David, I did list some potential either motions or items just for the board to consider. It includes the ones you just mentioned. Also, to amend the decision to include a condition that the applicant furnish and install a raised crosswalk at the building entrance and provide clear signage or other traffic wayfinding measures for that to reinforce that intended circulation. So that was one of them.
Okay.
And the potential, the consideration of a waiver for condition 1G, which is the landscape buffer, to amend the decision. And I think those were the items.
Okay. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm new at this, but my understanding of what we have open is that there are some things that are continuing conditions of the decision that, while not resolved, are in progress, and that does not impede anything at the moment, but there are these open items that we need to address now. So something like the traffic mitigation, we don't need to be prescriptive about exactly what types of exact mitigation need to happen, as long as some form of either Director Blake's recommendations or the PDS recommendations happen and get approved, and we approve that.
Well, I think that's sort of where we were, that got us to this point, which is we said, figure out traffic mitigation and resolve it collaboratively with Director Blake. And that's what they're trying to, I think, get us to bless the direction they need to take,
Okay.
So.
If I might, it's something that is difficult that gets run into when we're dealing with state roads, is that clearly the appropriate mitigation involves something that the city doesn't have the authority to approve. And so how do we, on these roads, put these into place, which is sort of what we're recommending, is that they have to. So sometimes with the state, having the design and the plan is what it takes to get it done, but that it takes a long time. So what the director is recommending, if I might speak for him, I think, is that the applicant has these things drawn out, engineered, presents them to the state. The state may choose to allow them to do it right now, or they may take that into account for later, and it will come with the weight that the city asked them to do it. So it's not like it's coming out of the blue. Now the state knows what we're asking for, and here's an engineered drawn thing. So there is benefit to that, even if it happens that they decide that they don't approve it. For example, if the state's about to rip up that road, they might say, not right now. We're not going to hold up a certificate of occupancy because the state doesn't let them do it right now. And so that's sort of but this is the kind of thing that when we don't own the road, we can't make them do things on that road. And that's the difficulty here.
I think in previous memos and in this one, I usually write a subject to approval, and if to no fault of their own, like the case that Director Hunt just pointed out, that would be no fault of their own if they went through that process and the state just decided for whatever reason. And that's why sometimes my memos are longer, because I offer an alternate for that case. But there have been, like 162 Mystic did include conditions that required the state agency, and then Raising Cane's as well. So yeah, it's the luck of the draw which road you're on.
Okay, well, I think there's only so much we can do tonight. If the angled parking analysis is going to happen, that's not going to be done here in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So.
So one thing that I have to raise, we were very concerned by the applicant telling us about timelines and deadlines, which is why Amanda and I got on the phone with his bank and his lender and spoke to them directly to better understand this. And they basically said to us, this is how the banking world works. This is how the finances work. They are not a very large corporation. They're very small. They have their own finances on the line here, and they have to follow a very strict timeline, or this project doesn't happen. And I have concern taking that from any applicant or any developer, but we spoke directly with Stone and Bank on this. There are some, I think that if this was delayed a week because we thought that these things could be brought together a week, that was not going to cause a problem. But if this is something, and I don't know, I don't know how long it takes to redesign the parking. That's part of why we thought we had asked all the questions we needed to ask about, was there any way to make this tighter a few weeks ago? And we understood that there wasn't. Just because if it's a week or so, it's fine. And I'm just relaying this to you because, like, people like to come and say a project's going to fall apart if we don't get our timeline. That's why we spoke to his bank a couple of weeks ago. So that's my concern. I'm wondering if Todd can weigh in on, like, is this something that could be done right away? Like, is that possible? Is this anything that affects his budget significantly or any noticeable impact to his budget will cause problems for Stone and Bank? They've already made them cut the budget. And we don't want to see them lose their financing, lose their mass development loans, because we need to have some plantings along the border.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels like the trade-offs here. I just want to make this clear. This isn't some, North Point development company that can do it.
Well, there's a professional on the line who says that he can take a look at it, and I can't imagine it would take all that long to get onto your.
Alicia, if I had this CAD drawing, I could do this assessment in about 20 minutes.
Mhm.
So, and I'm not a traffic engineer.
So how would this, I'm trying to think of like the angled parking, like from like a pedestrian standpoint, like, is that a safer condition? Backing out and all, and would we not be able to have the interior landscaping islands anymore? How would those work in an angled situation?
They'd be angled.
I just feel like it's going to be a little, I don't know, strange. I don't really see that.
Director Blake.
I'm not a board member. I don't have a vote, but I don't necessarily see the advantage of angled parking from,
Peter, were you about to say something?
Yes, I was going to say, I'd like to echo Director Blake's comments in the chat. As a practicing traffic engineer, this is not a very difficult thing to look at, and also from the perspective of parking design, it is. I mean, the angle parking is not, especially in a parking lot setup, is not noticeably less safe, and it would just be the geometry that would shift. It would not. It would.
It's the kind of thing you can only do when you have a one-way street, obviously. And what it does is it enables you to take the drive aisle from a 24 foot width, which you need for two-way traffic, to a dimension potentially much less than that, down to
I don't remember
16 feet potentially. So
upper teens in terms of width.
So a normal parking stall width is 60 feet, right? An 18-foot drive aisle and two 24-foot. That doesn't. Well, whatever it is, 24 foot and two stalls at whatever. And this just enables you to crunch that number down, which would push the whole thing down and enable a strip along the property line, which is something, we've been asking for forever. You can Google it. It's pretty easy.
This is Mike Giuliano. When would you need it for your next meeting? Because it's certainly something that can easily be done. Just a question of how much in advance do you need it? I think you said you had a meeting next week.
Yeah, we're scheduled for a meeting a week from tonight.
Yeah. Same time of week. from
Yeah,
now.
so, that's something we can have on Monday of next week as far as showing that layout.
Yep, that would work.
That'd be great.
And we would obviously have landscaping on adjacent to the property line and where the existing aisle is between the main aisle and parking lot. The question is, would you still need to show islands within that angle parking lot every 10 spaces? Or could we eliminate that? Because now we're going to increase the landscaping along that property line significantly.
Well, I thought that those spaces in part were proposed by PDS trade-off with the.
Yes, that was at least my understanding, that it was a trade-off because they couldn't have the cover that they previously thought, and if we were expanding the landscape cover, then that would become unnecessary.
I think Peter's right.
Well, there's a strange provision in the ordinance. It's 94 6.3.5 large parking areas. And since it's kind of a weird parking lot, Amanda and I were looking at it, we're like, okay, if we drew a rectangle, like what would we consider like this parking lot? Like, okay, like this, the long skinny parking lot. Okay, that has over 20 spaces. So that's subject to this interior landscaping requirement. But then it's okay, but it's so skinny. So where would you fit this interior landscaping? And so we just kept getting bumped against like how, so you can get the perimeter, but you don't have the interior. What counts as interior? It's not very clear, but there is, it does say that you can't have, what is it? No more than 20 spaces, parking spaces in a row that are uninterrupted by some form of an island, which I think they still would need to do if it's considered interior parking, but it's.
Danielle, I think this is, we're doing the work for the engineer, and I'm not particularly feeling like that's appropriate.
No, she's saying that this is not in mitigation for the buffer. Actually, the thing in mitigation for the buffer was the courts.
The pickleball.
The tree wells were because Danielle's been reading our zoning with a fine-tooth comb and realized that this is in the performance standards that was added by the board over the summer.
Correct. But
So
that's something that the
if it isn't going to meet the interior landscaping, you would need to grant a waiver for it, is what I'm bringing up to your attention, of the actions that you need to take when you ever approve the site. If you approve the site plan, there are going to be certain waivers that you're going to have to grant or not grant for some of these buried landscaping provisions that are scattered throughout the ordinance and are hard to find. And I've been trying to wrap my head around them and making sure that everything that needs to be addressed is addressed.
Can I just say one thing? Just going back to Mass Dev and going back to the bank, like, jeopardizes everything for us. Even if it's a week, we would like to close on our loan. Changing the site plan sometimes changes. If we lose parking spaces, we'll change the factor of how the bank actually looks at us. And so I would like to take this as a recommendation and move forward tonight. Is that at all possible?
I'm feeling the consensus is for a week so that we can see what this thing looks like. But I'm just one vote, so let me present that to the board and see if someone wants to make a motion.
I think I'm at a point where I'd rather just take a vote tonight on it and not come back in a week.
You really don't get the call on that.
Okay.
Not being disrespectful. That's just the way it is, and it's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I understand. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to be honest about our budget.
If there's a board member who'd like to offer a motion to continue this for 1 week to our next meeting, or another motion, if I'm not reading the room correctly, that's fine too.
Well, let me ask this question, Brian. You just said that potential change to the site plan could have impacts on your funding.
Like it affects everything, our lease.
No, I understand. But if we were to ask you in good faith to attempt to make this change to your site plan,
Yeah.
Post funding, then the bank would say no.
But what do you mean by
They've already
that?
approved that your funding based on a site plan which had parallel spots.
I can make a good faith effort and ask, but right now I'm locked into the funding. I could go back and say, hey, look, this is what the board said, and can we make this change? I just don't want to jeopardize kind of losing what we have with everyone involved in this deal.
I completely understand, but this is something that we've asked about since you first came to us.
I realize that, and I handed in everything so far in advance with the intention of getting, feedback really far in advance. And if changes were to be made, I could have went to the landlords. I could have went to the bank and said, hey, here is what we're hearing. And I took the time to meet with all these people. I didn't have an attorney do it. I didn't have an engineer do it, an architect do it. I did it myself. And
David,
the bank
could our approval be contingent on a site plan that proposes an alternative layout for that parking field?
Well, we've sort of already been through that one time, and we're back at it again. I mean, I just assume get to a final resolution so they don't have to come back to us at all at that point.
I mean, we did give them some sort of approval previously.
We did
with a contingency, right?
It was our approval. One of the conditions was a landscaping buffer between the properties.
And they'd investigate the angled parking.
Yep.
I mean, Brian, you sort of put yourself in the situation,
Okay.
Any
the problem is we could grant you this with this approval with this contingency, but if it doesn't work out, then now the blame is on us, not on you. And that's not a position we're comfortable with. Well, I'm certainly not.
Okay. If you don't feel comfortable with the design, I guess that's it.
I mean, it's bad planning to park against somebody's property.
The owners own that. It's the same landlords as 142 Mystic. The same people own 134 Mystic. So the whole idea was that when they go to develop 134 Mystic, that becomes shared parking because 134 Mystic is very tight and narrow on the Mystic Ave side. So without that, 134 Mystic becomes, 50% like the value because you literally can't develop it without parking. It's so.
Yeah, but now you're saying something different than you said earlier. You're saying we can't take land away from that property to create a green strip.
No. I'm showing. So here is the current condition right here. See that driveway aisle?
Where's the property line?
Okay, so this is the rough property line right here, and so that
in
this building.
In the photo, where's the property line? Is it
it's inside
fence?
the red. It's inside the red.
Can you go back to the photo?
Sure. Okay. Yep. So the current building is the property
Where's
line.
the property line?
Yeah, where that bus is, where that building is to the right. That is the property line. 134 Mystic, the current building is right there on that drive aisle. It's so tight to drive in there. I can't take.
But these are separate. These are separate parcels, correct?
Yeah, but they're owned by the same landlord.
I understand that, but
but these are all
present ownership does not indicate future ownership. So if we just look at the parcel that we're talking about right now, where you're proposing Great American Beer Hall, completely ignoring what's happening in the other parcel, because it seems like that's kind of its own situation. If you angle the parking, which it sounds like is feasible, that gives us about 6 feet of space. And you can investigate whether a landscape buffer is possible in that space. The engineer that you brought on the call, I'm assuming is an engineer, said that he'd be able to get it by Monday. That would give us plenty of time to hear it by Wednesday. If that works, then it sounds like
Are you saying to put
We're all
a landscape buffer in between 134 and 142 Mystic?
And
On
can you
this-
clarify what you mean by a landscape buffer? Like, because I think that what I'm hearing is they're concerned that it's bushes that people couldn't walk through and they would like, but if grass and, grass and planting, right? You're not saying it needs to be something that prevents people from moving between those two properties.
No one has ever said that. We've been talking about this for months. That's never come up.
I think that's what he may be hearing.
Because that was the whole crux of my question. Like, how does that defeat the ability to develop the other parcel? You just walk from one spot to the other.
Yeah. Yeah, like see what you have in between the parking area and that drive lane.
Yep. Yeah, so the left-hand picture is the drive aisle for 134 Mystic Ave.
Again, we're not talking about 134 Mystic Ave. We're talking about the property where Great American
What was
Beer
the- what
Hall
was
is
the-
located.
What was the question? I'm sorry, I thought that was what you were asking.
No. In the landscape rendering that you have.
Yep.
Pause.
Okay.
So do you see, I think I can draw and stuff. Let's see if that works. I don't think I can.
We have the annotation turned off.
Okay, that's fine. So we have the drive aisle between the beer garden and the parking area. See how there's like a little landscape area with like little kind of, assuming those are trees. They don't even have to be trees, but take that, copy paste, and throw it on the back, right? Klaus, what do you think?
I think this is a difficult situation. I mean,
yeah,
because, I think, Brian, the problem is that like we asked you to investigate this.
Yep.
And you didn't. If you had brought us a drawing and showed the angled parking and showed the straight parking and you put them side by side and you say, here's the reason I want to stay with the parallel parking, this, and this, and look, and you can, but you didn't. You just said, I'm not doing that.
No,
right?
I didn't say that. I brought it to the landlord's attention, and this is the way they prefer to do it. And so I didn't, it's not like I didn't look at it and said, oh, I don't want to do that. Screw that. That's not the case at all. I brought it to their attention.
But it doesn't sound like the angled parking's been studied.
It's something they don't want. It's what they asked of me. It's what's in our lease. This is the site plan that they wanted. And they've owned this for a long time. Same as the other one.
The landlord's a related party. This is.
Yeah.
It's
just because we're related doesn't make it easy. So trust me.
How do we move this forward? And I'm asking the board just to clarify.
We can continue for a week. That's one option.
I mean, that
Did we want to, Todd has had some comments in the chat. I don't know if anyone wants to.
Yeah, I saw Todd's comments, and I think if we were going to go with what we had just been talking about with the landscape buffer, then that's not a problem, because while it would be shared parking. Oh.
Just to confirm, comments entered in the chat are not part of the record.
Yeah, they need to be
So
read.
if people are going to view this later, it might be helpful if we verbalize them.
I can read that.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, Todd commented that angle doesn't work as well with the shared scenario because the angle requires adjacent traffic flow in a certain direction. And also said that parallel parking can go as low as 20 feet aisle as opposed to 24, but the fire department usually has reservations about widths in that scenario.
Sounds like both of those would need to be assessed via a study.
I mean, I think
Brian, what would be at the end of those parking spaces along the property line? Would there be a fence? Would you do wheel stops, which are not great?
There's a retaining wall, I think, or is
Yeah,
it holding
if you-
it's retaining the wall on the other side, or
Yeah, it would be a fence. It'd be a fence until 134 Mystics develop.
I think is the present condition. Maybe a different
Yes.
fence, but
Yeah, there's a fence there
Yeah.
now. Yeah. But it would be.
And there's
a much nicer
nothing,
fence.
and there's nothing in our code, Alicia, that says you can't park against the property line.
yeah, I don't.
Right now, I have to ask Danielle because she's been going through this with a fine tooth comb.
Well, there's supposed to be a buffer. I mean, this landscape buffer is not something we're making up.
Yeah, not that Medford's necessarily, it's pretty common in other zoning codes to have a minimum certain buffer. I couldn't say if Medford's does or not.
The first buffer that I come to is one that's screening between residential or non-residential use against a residential use. And then the next one is parking, the large parking areas issue.
And that's, Alicia, to clarify, that's not a buffer. That's the large parking areas with the one
That's-
tree per 10.
Right.
Okay.
so a lot of our landscaping and parking requirements overlap and are some things that are that address landscaping for specifically for parking will be completely somewhere else than you would expect it to be. Like it's really it's not intuitive and it's not easy to find some of these buried provisions.
Right. We're coming back to the issue that a lot of these were put in by all of these provisions were put in by the lawyer. This board split them up and reviewed them, but we didn't actually have any consultants weigh in on that. This is where we're working now with the city council to bring in some consultants to actually look at zoning in a bigger picture way. But these are not long-standing, is what I was trying to say. All of this is relatively new in our zoning.
Mr. Chair, does anyone have any additional questions for me before I leave?
Are you also in City Hall, Todd? Still?
Yeah.
Really wish I went home. That's all I'm saying.
I just hope an Eden
Not much better.
establishment is still open.
Okay, we're either gonna have to continue or I'm just gonna have to leave. I've already missed the last train out of Boston. So I'll be waking my wife up to come pick me up. So
I'll make a motion to continue to next week. If that's what we need.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. We're not going to get anywhere productive at the moment, unfortunately.
Yep. Okay. Make sure I get everybody on a roll call vote. Jackie is recused. Okay, Clayson Dreyeson.
Yes, sorry, I'm recused.
Yep, that's okay. You're there. Clace
Yes.
and Emily
Yes.
and Peter.
Yes.
Ari, you still there?
Yep, my Zoom crashed, but been here. Yep.
Okay, are you in favor of the continuance?
I think that's our only option right now. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm a yes as well. So we'll pick it up next week. Sorry, we weren't able to come to a full resolution on this tonight. Do we dare do anything else or do we go right to adjournment?
We're meeting next week. Maybe adjournment's best.
Mhm. Okay,
I'll make a motion.
Second.
okay. So I will ask all those in favor of putting the approval of minutes on for next week and continuing the meeting, trying to do 2 for 1 here. Just say aye when I call. Vice Chair Jackie Furtado,
Aye.
Claes Andreasen,
Aye.
Emily Hedman,
Aye.
Peter Colvis,
Aye.
Ari Guffman,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Okay, we will see you next week.